That was a fateful day in the life of the last Russian emperor, Nicholas II, and his family, who had been held captive in a nondescript house in Ekaterinburg in Kiev province. Years after their execution, the pit where their bodies had been dumped was located and their skeletal remains exhumed. Though Russian and American forensic anthropologists confirmed that the skeletal remains were those of the Russian imperial family, doubts persisted. The doubts were set to rest when two molecular biologists, Peter Gill of Britain and Pavel Ivanov of Russia, provided the DNA evidence. They found that the DNA extracted from the cells of imperial bones matched with one another and with that of the living relatives of the Russian imperial family. That was one of the examples of the application of DNA fingerprinting, a technique developed in 1984 by Sir Alec Jeffreys, a British geneticist. This technique relies on the DNA, that is, deoxyribonucleic acid, which is responsible for transmission of genetic information from one generation to the next.
The DNA is present in thread-like structures called chromosomes. In human cells, excepting sex cells, there are 46 chromosomes, 23 inherited from father and 23 from the mother. Every chromosome contains proteins and one extremely long DNA molecule.
As described by James Watson and Francis Crick in 1953, each DNA molecule contains two strands entwined to resemble a double helix or a spiral ladder. Each strand of the ladder has a long chain of nucleotides, and each nucleotide is made up of 3 subunits. A 5-carbon sugar molecule called deoxyribose is one of the subunits. Attached to one of its ends is the subunit of a phosphate molecule. These two make the backbone of the helix. Attached to the opposite end of the deoxyribose is the 3rd subunit of a nitrogenous base. It is either A, that is adenine, or T, that is thymine, or G, that is guanine, or C, that is cytosine.
It is at these bases that nucleotides of one strand are joined by weak hydrogen bonds with the nucleotides of the opposite strand of the helix. The electric charges and structure of the bases allow them to pair in a restricted manner.
Due to their structure and nature of electric charges, only adenine bonds with thymine. Similarly, cytosine bonds with guanine, forming millions of base pair sequences.
The specific length of a sequence that codes for a stretch of amino acids is known as a gene. Only about 3% of the total sequences in the genome functions as genes. The rest of the sequences constitute a repetitive class of DNA with no known function. Most of the base pair sequences that constitute functional genes differ very little from one person to another, except in regions called tandem repeats. In these non-functional segments, the base pairs are repeated from a few to a few hundred times. Depending on their length, the tandem repeats are called mini-satellite, microsatellite, and single nucleotide polymorphisms. It is in the nature and number of repeats that the DNA of one individual differs from the other.
For instance, in between a set of functional genes of one individual, there could be a GTG base pair sequence repeated 5 times. In another individual, this sequence could be found repeated 7 times or any number of times. The presence of such tandem repeats have helped molecular biologists develop DNA fingerprints which resemble barcodes. DNA fingerprints are unique. Hence, these are being increasingly used in solving cases of child swapping, homicide, and extramarital relations.
Suspicion of extramarital relations often leads to disputes over offspring's paternity. In such cases, the inheritance of equal number of chromosomes of both the parents provides the basis for DNA fingerprinting. Therefore, DNA is analyzed to examine whether the child has copies of the DNA of both the mother and the father.
This little one's family, for instance, is in the grip of such a dispute. Unwilling to accept the little one as his child, the doubting father approaches his counsel for legal advice. The matter is finally referred by the family court to molecular biologists for DNA fingerprinting.
We have one more case for DNA fingerprinting case. This is a disputed paternity case.
Let us see how molecular biologists develop DNA fingerprints and what do the prints suggest. The first step in DNA fingerprinting is the isolation of DNA from body tissues such as blood. In child swapping and paternity cases, about 5 to 10 milliliters of blood of the putative parents and the child is collected for analysis. In blood, the DNA is located only in the nucleus of the white corpuscles. Therefore, the red blood corpuscles which lack nucleus are lysed by adding hypotonic ammonium chloride solution. For better lysing of the red blood corpuscles, the sample is kept in ice and then centrifuged to pellet the white blood corpuscles needed for isolation of DNA. From the centrifuged sample, the red blood corpuscles are discarded. The white blood cells are then lysed with a buffer, a detergent, and an enzyme called proteinase K. This enzyme digests the proteins, freeing the DNA. To maximize this activity, the sample with these chemicals is incubated at 56 degrees centigrade for about 1 hour. After incubation, a high concentration of sodium chloride and chloroform is added and again centrifuged. This precipitates proteins in the lower chloroform layer. The upper aqueous layer, which contains the DNA, is pipetted out. To this layer, alcohol is added to precipitate DNA. The DNA now shows itself as a white filamentous clump. The DNA clumps are carefully pipetted out. These are then washed, dissolved in a buffer, and incubated overnight at 56 degrees centigrade to obtain pure DNA. Now begins the second stage of checking the purity of DNA extracted from the blood samples. For this purpose, molecular biologists load the DNA samples in cuvettes. These then are placed in ultraviolet spectrophotometers, which help check DNA purity.
From the pure DNA so isolated, fingerprints could be obtained through either the VNTR, that is variable number tandem repeat approach, or the STR, that is short tandem repeat approach. If it is the STR approach that is chosen, the third stage in DNA fingerprinting would be the amplification of DNA through polymerase chain reaction to obtain millions of copies of the specific short target sequence.
For amplification, a primer, DNA polymerase, and free nucleotides are added to about 250 nanograms of pure and diluted DNA sample. The microfluids are placed in a polymerase chain reaction machine programmed for repeated heating and cooling cycles. During the heating cycles, the two strands of the DNA separate. During cooling, the DNA polymerase makes a copy of each of the strands, producing two identical molecules. "30 such cycles produce about 30 billion copies of the target sequence. Electrophoresis of the amplified DNA fragments is the next step. Electrophoresis is a means of separating biological molecules by filtering them through a gel with the help of an electric current. The gel, a mixture of acrylamide and bisacrylamide, is poured between two glass plates. On the top end of the gel, welds are made using a comb. Gel in between are mounted on the electrophoresis apparatus. The amplified DNA of the putative father, mother, and the child are loaded into the wells. When a high voltage is applied, the DNA, which is negatively charged, moves downwards through the gel, smaller fragments moving faster than the large fragments. Thus, the DNA fragments in each track clusters at different positions along the gel, producing a distinct pattern of bands. It is these bands that are referred to as DNA fingerprints. With that begins the last stage of DNA fingerprinting, the visualization and interpretation of prints. Molecular biologists compared the bands of the father, mother, and the child whose parentage is in dispute
Now, all are
to find out
for this
whether the
loci.
child
So you can
has
see
the
two
same
bands.
genetic prints
Had they
as
been
the
homozygous,
father
there would be
and
only
mother.
one band. Now, the child shares this allele with mother and father because it's a common allele present in both father and mother. Based on this loci, we cannot exclude the father from the disputed paternity. Now we go to the second loci. Now here
With the
also,
DNA
one
evidence,
allele is
molecular
common.
biologists have thus helped settle the dispute, reuniting the family happily.
Welcome to today's session, Tertiary Sources of Information. Information is the most valuable resource. It is created in various forms and come from virtually anywhere. Once information needs are identified, information sources that will be used need to be selected. It is important to select sources relevant to the needs of the information. In order to retrieve information, it is important to know where it came from and how it is organized in the fields being searched. An information source is a source of information for somebody. It is anything that might inform a person about something or provide knowledge about it. Information sources may be observations, people, speeches, documents, pictures, organizations, websites, etc. They are generally categorized as primary, secondary, and tertiary depending on their originality and their proximity to the source of origin. Tertiary sources of information. The tertiary sources of information are last to appear and mostly do not contain subject knowledge. It is designed to provide information about information and so acts as a guide to the primary and secondary sources of information. Tertiary sources consist of information which is a distillation and collection of primary and secondary sources. The main function of tertiary sources is to aid the user in using primary and secondary sources. Generally, tertiary sources are not considered to be acceptable material on which academic research can be based. They are usually not credited to a particular author. They are intended only to provide an overview of what the topics include, its basic terminology, and often references for further reading. Some reference materials and textbooks are considered tertiary sources when their chief purpose is to list, summarize, or simply repackage ideas or other information. Examples of tertiary sources of information include bibliography of bibliographies, abstracts and indexes, list of research in progress, directories, encyclopedias, and guides. In a nutshell, tertiary sources are works which list, primary and secondary sources of information in a specific subject area, works which index, organize and compile citations to and show secondary and sometimes primary sources of information. Materials in which the information from secondary sources have been reformatted and condensed to put it into a convenient, easy to read form. Encyclopedias. An encyclopedia is a type of reference work or compendium holding a comprehensive summary of information from either all branches of knowledge or a particular branch of knowledge. Encyclopedias are divided into articles or entries which are usually accessed alphabetically by article name. These entries are longer and more detailed than those in most dictionaries. Generally speaking, unlike dictionary entries which focus on linguistic information about words, encyclopedia articles focus on factual information to cover the thing or concept for which the article name stands. Encyclopedias have existed for around 2000 years. The oldest still in existence, Naturalis Historia, which was written in AD 77. The modern encyclopedia evolved out of dictionaries around the 17th century. Historically, some encyclopedias were contained in one volume, whereas others, such as the Encyclopedia Britannica, became huge multi-volume works. Some modern encyclopedias, such as Wikipedia, are electronic and often freely available. Four major elements define an encyclopedia are its subject matter, its scope, its method of organization, and its method of production. Encyclopedias can be general, containing articles on topics in every field, such as the Encyclopedia Britannica. General encyclopedias often contain guides on how to do a variety of things, as well as embedded dictionaries and gazettes. There are also encyclopedias that cover a wide variety of topics, but from a particular culture, ethnic or national perspective, such as the Great Soviet Encyclopedia. Projects such as Emmrc and Wikipedia are examples of new forms of the encyclopedia as information retrieval becomes simpler. The method of production for an encyclopedia historically has been supported in both for-profit and non-profit contexts. The Great Soviet Encyclopedia mentioned above was entirely state-sponsored, while the Britannica was supported as a for-profit institution. By comparison, Wikipedia is supported by volunteers contributing in a non-profit environment under the organization of the Wikipedia Foundation. Let us now move on to directories. Directories are another group of ready reference source of information. They are published in larger number that one can find them in an average library. A directory helps in finding out the addresses or telephone number of an individual or a firm, the full name of an individual, a firm or an organization, a description of a particular manufacturer's product or a service, limited but up-to-date biographical information of an individual, historical and current data about an institution, a firm or a political group, date for commercial use and random or selective sampling in a social or commercial survey. Generally, directories, being simple, are easy to use because they are not only simple, but the scope is also indicated in the title and the type of information given is limited. Some of the broad categories of directories are as follows. First one, local directories. These include telephone directories, city directories, and such others as directories of local schools, clubs, theatres, etc. Second one, government directories. These include guides of post offices, army and navy posts, and many more in this category. The third is institutional directories. These include lists of schools, colleges, libraries, hospitals, museums, and similar other organizations. The fourth is professional directories. These are mainly lists of manufacturer information about companies, industries, and personal services. Abstracts and indexes. An abstract is a brief summary of a research article, thesis, review, conference proceeding, or any in-depth analysis of a particular subject or discipline, and is often used to help the reader quickly ascertain the paper's purpose. When used, an abstract always appears at the beginning of a manuscript or typescript, acting as the point of entry for any given academic paper or patent application. An index is a list of words or phrases and associated pointers to where useful material relating to that heading can be found in a document or on a page. In a traditional back-of-the-book index, the headings will include names of people, places and events, and concepts selected by a person as being relevant and of interest to a possible reader of the book. The pointers are typically page numbers, paragraph numbers, or section numbers. In a library catalogue, the words are authors, titles, subject headings, etc., and the pointers are call numbers. An abstracting service is a service that provides abstracts of publications, often on a subject or group of related subjects, usually on a subscription basis. An indexing service is a service that assigns descriptors and other kinds of access points to documents. The word indexing service is most commonly used for computer programs, but may also cover services providing back-of-the-book indexes, general indexes, and related kinds of indexes. Indexing and abstracting service provides shortening or summarizing of documents and assigning of descriptors for referencing documents. The product is often an abstracts journal or a bibliographic index, which may be a subject bibliography or a bibliographic database. A bibliographic index is a bibliography, an aid to search the literature of an academic field or discipline, example philosopher's index, to works of a specific literary form, as for example biography index, or published in a specific format, as for example newspaper abstracts, or to the analyzed contents of a serial publication, example New York Times Index. Indexes of this kind are issued in print periodical form, online, or both. Since the 1970s, they are typically generated as output from bibliographic databases. Citations are usually listed by author and subject in separate sections or in a single alphabetical sequence under a system of authorized headings, collectively known as controlled vocabulary, developed over time by the indexing service. Bibliographic databases. A bibliographic database is a database of bibliographic records, an organized digital collection of references to published literature, including journal and newspaper articles, conference proceedings, reports, government and legal publications, patents, books, etc. In contrast to library catalog entries, a large proportion of the bibliographic records in bibliographic databases describe articles, conference papers, etc. rather than complete monographs, and they generally contain very rich subject descriptions in the form of keywords, subject classification terms, or abstracts. A bibliographic database may be general in scope or cover a specific academic discipline. A significant number of bibliographic databases are still proprietary, available by licensing agreement from vendors or directly from the indexing and abstracting services that create them. Bibliography of bibliographies. A bibliography is a full reference list of all the sources which you have consulted in preparing a particular piece of work, but may not have cited for quotations, paraphrasing, etc. Multiplication of bibliographies of different types has led to the compilation of bibliography of bibliographies. These bibliographies direct the readers to useful bibliographies through subject, place, individual, etc. As the number of bibliographies published every year is large, bibliography of bibliographies are highly selective in nature. Bibliography of bibliographies help to list together all the related but separately published bibliographies either in book form or article form, or a chapter in a book or some other type of document. There are retrospective bibliography of bibliographies and current bibliography of bibliographies. Some examples of bibliography of bibliographies are: first one, a bibliography of bibliographies in religion by John G. Barrow. This compilation is an attempt to bring together all separately published bibliographies in the field of religion. Symbols indicate where copies of the bibliographies were seen and where other copies have been reported. One of the original purposes of this work was to encourage the production of bibliographies for subjects inadequately covered. Second one, a world bibliography of bibliographies and of bibliographical catalogues, calendars, abstracts, digests, indexes, and the like by Theodor Betterman. Yearbooks and almanacs. A yearbook refers to a book of statistics or facts published annually. The term yearbook is used by publishers for a variety of reference sources published annually, and even for those reference works which are not published annually. The term yearbook is used to cover two types of annual publication. First one, digest of current information, which is called as almanacs. Secondly, annual review of world history, which are called as yearbooks. An almanac is an annual publication that include information such as weather forecasts, farmers' planting dates, tide tables, and tabular information often arranged according to the calendar. Astronomical data and various statistics are found in almanacs, such as the times of the rising and setting of the sun and the moon, eclipses, hours of full tide, church festivals, and so on. Currently published almanacs such as Whitaker's Almanac have expanded their scope and contents beyond that of their historical counterparts. Modern almanacs include a comprehensive presentation of statistical and descriptive data covering the entire world. Contents also include discussions of topical developments and a summary of recent historical events. Guides. A guide to information sources, or a bibliographic guide, a literature guide, a guide to reference materials, or a subject gateway, etc., is a kind of meta-bibliography. Ideally, it is not just a listing of bibliographies, reference works and other information sources, but more like textbooks introducing users to the information sources in a given field. Various types of guides are available, of which the most important variety is the guide to literature of a subject. Some of the well-defined and broad subjects like chemistry, mathematics, physics, medicine, etc. have all well-prepared guides. The purpose of such a guide is to present the bibliographical structure of a subject. Usually, it provides a detailed account of the bibliographical apparatus and tools, basic literature, agencies, etc., through which it is possible to follow the development, status, and progress of a subject. It gives the broad bibliographical view of a subject. List of research in progress. A list or directory of research in progress is a new type of publication which is needed very much for planning of research, avoidance of duplication, and above all in the anticipation of information. Such a list may cover the research activities of a single institution or laboratory, a group of institutions, example universities, or research in progress within a specified subject. The information content usually is a short description of projects, names of investigators, periods of investigation, name of funding agency, and in some cases reference of sources where preliminary results have already been published or likely source of publication of result. This information can help individual worker to get in touch with the investigator, can get additional information about the work, or can anticipate as to when and where to get the full report or results of investigation. Information can come from virtually anywhere. The type of information needed will change depending on its application. The sources by which users get required information are an information source. Mainly, the information sources are classified to primary, secondary, and tertiary sources. A tertiary source is an index or textual consolidation of primary and secondary sources. Some tertiary sources are not to be used for academic research unless they can also be used as secondary sources or to other sources. Indexes, bibliographies, and databases may not provide much textual information, but as aggregates of primary and secondary sources, they are often considered tertiary sources. Let us now move on to summarize the session. Here, an attempt has been made to discuss the tertiary sources of information. An information source is a source of information for somebody. Tertiary sources consist of information which is a distillation and collection of primary and secondary sources of information. Depending on the topic of research, a scholar may use a bibliography, dictionary, or encyclopedia as either a tertiary or a secondary source. Some, usually primary sources, such as user guides and manuals, are secondary or tertiary when written by the third parties. Now, try to answer the questions. First question, what is a tertiary source of information? Second one, what is an abstract? What is an index? Fourth, what is a bibliographic database? Fifth, what is a directory? Sixth, list any 5 tertiary sources of information. Hope you may go through these reference books for further reading. Information Sources and Services by P.S.G. Kumar, BR Publishing Corporation, 2004. Reference Service and Sources of Information by J.S. Sharma and D.R. Grover, S.S. Publications, New Delhi, 1987. Reference Services and Sources by C.K. Sharma, Atlantic Publishers, New Delhi, 2006. Hope this session was enriching. Meet you again with another topic. Goodbye.
Welcome to Interface. Today we have Professor Nabha Mandal from Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Mumbai with us. Welcome to Interface.
Thank you.
Professor Nabha Mandal is the spokesperson for India-based Neutrino Observatory being set up at Theni in Madurai district in Tamil Nadu. Let me ask him, what is the main objective of this project?
I know that is the India-based Neutrino Observatory project is a basic science project to study this fundamental particle called neutrino. In recent time, certain properties of neutrino making it very exciting area of research, and we want to actually study certain properties of neutrino in our detector.
So, what is the objective of India-based Neutrino Observatory lab being set up at Theni?
Well, we want to study this particle called neutrino, and neutrino is one of the most abundant particle in the universe other than the photon, that is the quantum of light. However, we still do not know many properties of neutrinos, and that's simply because it is very difficult to detect neutrinos. So, we are setting up this detector underground to understand and study certain properties especially related to the mass of neutrinos.
What is the timeline of this project?
Well, it's actually, it's a very big project in the standard of Indian science, in the sense that we have to create these underground facilities, because the neutrino experiment can be done only in a low background area where cosmic rays are not disturbing, because neutrino event will be only few in per day or even year if you detect them. So, we have to put this detector under a mine or under a mountain, so that the cosmic rays get absorbed and only neutrinos can reach our laboratory. So, earlier we had the Kolar Goldfield, now it is closed. We don't have any such underground lab. So, first of all we have to create that lab, and we think that it will take something like total of 5 years from the time we start construction of the lab to complete it and then start the construction of the detector, real detector.
Why the Kolar Goldfield experiments were not continued even after mines were closed?
Well, the Kolar Goldfield, if it would have been there, it would have been ideal site for carrying out neutrino experiment. Unfortunately, it is closed down, and KGF, it closed down because economical reason. There was not much gold, and the gold prices was not high, so mine was running under heavy loss, so they had to close it down. However, this Kolar Goldfield, we have something like 1,500 kilometers of tunneling, total network of tunneling. So, if you want to maintain that just for doing science, you have to maintain the whole mines. And because water will get accumulated, you have to pump out the water and maintain it. So, it becomes very costly, and that is the reason why we couldn't even use it for doing experiment after it was closed down.
So, this INO lab which is coming up, it's only for physics or it's for other science?
See, underground lab, of course it's for science, but not only particle physics. So, to begin with, we will of course doing the neutrino experiment, but the same underground lab can be used for doing other experiment in the field of particle physics other than neutrinos, like searching dark matter. We know that our universe, we have a large fraction of the matter is called dark matter, something like 23%, and we don't know nothing about that. So we have not been able to detect this dark matter. So this kind of experiment has to be also located deep underground, because it is very difficult to do. I mean, background is high in the surface. So these underground facilities we are creating can also be used for dark matter search experiment in future. In addition to that, there are experiments the geologists can do experiment in such a site. Biologists can come and do the experiment in such a site. Even some low you need certain, for development of certain material, a low background area where such a lab will be useful. So we think in future it will also cater to this kind of research in the areas of geology, biology and other areas. But to begin with, it will be a particle physics lab, and to be specific, we will do this neutrino experiment there.
So can you tell exactly where the lab will be starting and where will be the location of this lab in physical?
Well, this is actually in the Theni district. If you go from the Madurai to Cochin, the Madurai-Cochin highway, so after something like 110 kilometers from Madurai, to be specific, when it is in the Kerala border almost, where the mountains are rising, at that side, from the Tamil Nadu side, we will have a tunnel of something like 1.8 kilometer. Then we will reach below a peak, and that will give us the sufficient coverage, all round coverage of 1 kilometer, and that is where the lab will be located. Though it is be close to the Kerala border, but the whole infrastructure, the underground lab, etc., will be in the Theni district of Tamil Nadu.
So what will be the lab area inside the cavern?
Yes, there will be 3 caverns. One will be quite large. The size is something like 132 meters by 26 meters by 30 meters high. And this is the cavern where this huge neutrino detector, the magnetized iron calorimeter, 50 kiloton weight that we are proposing, will be constructed in that lab. But even in that cavern, it will only occupy less than half of that cavern. And we are making this cavern large, so that in future, if we have to expand that detector from 100 kiloton to, from 50 kiloton to 100 kiloton, we will have sufficient space already there. So this is the main cavern 1. There are 2 other caverns nearby. One of them will be we are earmarking that for a double beta decay experiment. This is also neutrino experiment, but it is connected to what kind of neutrino particles are, whether it is a Dirac particle or Majorana particle. So that to answer that question, an experiment can be set up. So that is for neutrinoless double beta decay. And then the third cavern is, as I told you, about this dark matter. So you can have a dark matter search experiment in the third cavern. So these are the main 3 caverns, but there will be another cavern somewhere in the shallower depth on the way along the tunnel, that 1.9 kilometer long tunnel in the middle of somewhere, which will be for material processing, for dark matter search experiments or for neutrinoless double beta decay experiment. You need material which has to be processed properly in a low background environment. So that site can be used for such, and that cavern can be used for this purpose.
So can you little more explain what is ICAL, the Indian iron calorimeter?
So the iron calorimeter is the detector that we are proposing along with this INO laboratory for detecting atmospheric neutrinos. Now this ICAL is actually a stack of iron plates 5.6 centimeter thick, and there will be something like 150 layers of this stack. And between 2 iron plates, 2 successive iron plates, there will be a gap of 4 centimeter. In that gap, we will put a particle detector called resistive plate chamber. Okay. So we will have this stack, so the iron plate and then the RPC, that is the resistive plate chamber, again iron plate, and so this way we will create this stack of 150 layers. When the total size of the detector will be 16 meter by 16 meter by 14.5 meter, one module, and 3 such modules next to each other. The total weight will be 50 kiloton. Now, how it will work is that when the atmospheric neutrinos that is created in the top of the atmosphere reaches our detector, some of them, some of those atmospheric neutrinos will interact inside our detector, in the iron mostly, and then it will produce a particle called muon, okay, and then muon will then traverse some distance in our detector through some number of iron plates and RPCs, and we can trace the track of that particle using those particle detectors, and then from there we will measure its energy, its direction, we will understand whether it is a neutrino event or anti-neutrino event, and so on, and using those information we will be able to understand certain properties of neutrinos, especially neutrino masses and ordering of the neutrino masses. That means there are 3 neutrinos and they have masses, different masses. So we must know which one is the lightest and which one is the heaviest. So this is the main purpose of this detector.
So it detects whether it is a neutrino or anti-neutrino.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. And that is most essential. In fact, so far other detectors around the world, they are detecting also atmospheric neutrinos, but they cannot distinguish between neutrinos and antineutrinos. So our ICAL detector will be the first such big detector which will have this particular characteristic, that it will be able to distinguish between neutrino and antineutrino.
So what type of magnetic field will be used for this detector?
So roughly we want, our target is around 1.5 Tesla, but you know, this is there will be a coil going around this in the iron plates, and then not everywhere we will have 1.5 Tesla magnetic field. Something like 90% of our detector will have field more than 1 Tesla. Okay. So and then that is the type of magnetic field that we will have.
Funding and collaboration. So is it funded by Tata Institute or is it funded by Department of Science?
No. I mean, it's not funded by Tata Institute, because Tata Institute only institute, and funding agencies are the government agencies. So this project, because it is quite big, first of all, it's being funded jointly by 2 major funding agencies of the Government of India, that is the Department of Science and Technology and Department of Atomic Energy. These are the 2 agencies or 2 ministry which will be funding this particular experiment, and the scientists involved in this project comes from not only from Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. There are 26 research institutions, universities, IITs, they are involved in this project. So something like total 100 physicists and engineers, and something like right now we have some 30 students that are already working in this project.
So where will be the RPCs or detectors will be fabricated?
So originally this detector, R&D for this detector are being carried out in several labs, in TIFR, in Saha Institute, in VECC, in BRC, and also in IITs. It is now this R&D is going on. However, we need something like 30,000 of 2 meter by 2 meter particle detectors, these RPCs, for this experiment. So that is impossible for any lab or even all the labs together to make those RPCs. So what we are doing, we are currently completed the R&D, and we are transferring this R&D or the know-how or the technology to the local industries, and they are going to produce this in large number, okay, and they will be producing in a factory line, production line, they will be setting up, and they will make those RPCs for us.
So RPCs, can you explain little more on RPC, how they are made and what is the structure of RPCs?
Yeah. So as I told you, this is a particle detector. Now you detect particle by many ways. There are what you call scintillators, some material, when the charged particle goes through that material, it emits light, and then you can have light detector like photomultiplier tube, and then that will tell you that some particle has gone through. Then you can have what you call the proportional chamber, where the particles are going and they will ionize the gas inside, and then the electrons will move towards a central wire, and then they will be collected, and then you will know. In this particular case, but those detectors are usually not very big. We need huge area detector and large number. As I told you, 2 meter, 4 meter square, each one is 4 meter square, okay, 2 meter by 2 meter, and then we will have 30,000 of them, okay. So that is the number of detector that you need. So you want some cheaper way of making particle detector. So what we are doing is a unique technique, that is where 2 glass plates, the float glass, something like 2 millimeter or 3 millimeter thick float glass, you keep them apart by a gap of 2 millimeter. So, 2 float glass with a gap of 2 millimeter, okay, and you seal it completely, and you put a particular gas mixture inside that, okay, and then apply a very high voltage, something like 10 kilovolt. Whenever and then on top of them, on the both side of that gas gap that you have made using the glass plate, you keep what you call the pickup strips. Okay. Now, whenever a charged particle will go through this gas gap, and they will ionize and they will produce ion electron pair. And now this gas gap is kept as a high voltage of something like 10 kilovolts. So then those ion and electron that has been created, they will start moving, they will amplify, and they will create a kind of short current, small current, and that will produce a charge by capacitive coupling on those strips that we have kept on the top. And so now from this pulse will be detected, and that will tell us at which point the particle has gone through. And then you keep them one after another, and as the particle goes through each of them, they will keep the trace of that, and then we can recreate the path of the particle in the detector using those information.
Okay. So, can you little more explain on the data acquisition system and technology used for these short pulses?
Yeah. So, for example, these pulses that will be coming from those RPCs are very fast. Okay. This will be sub-nanosecond pulses, what you call them. Rise time will be nanosecond or even lower. And we want to preserve that the timing information, because that will be useful, because when the particle is going, then using this timing information you can tell whether the particle is going upward or downward or whatever it is. So this timing information is very useful. So you can't destroy that. So because of that, but these pulses that we'll get from these RPCs are extremely small, something like a millivolt or smaller. So in order to even detect them, first you have to amplify. So you have to have an amplifier with a high gain, but with a high bandwidth, okay, so that this nanosecond characteristic can be preserved. And this amplifier, we need something like 3.5 million. Okay. And if you should not buy this, so we have started, designing this amplifier ourselves. Then we have made it already in the fab lab, the ASIC, what you call the chip, and it will be used for that. So in this process, we are also, though it is a particle physics experiment, we are also working on electronics, making those chips, etc. And then ultimately, when it will be amplified, and then it will be collected through a online computing system by what you call the online data acquisition system. So for that you have to also develop the corresponding data acquisition software, the corresponding electronics chain of hardware. You have to also monitor those detectors, so continuously. So you have some procedure, you have to monitoring software, and all those things are being developed right now at different participating labs by the students, engineers, and the physicists who are working in this experiment.
Okay. That this means this project needs a large amount of money, a large number of people, students for working and making these detectors and making this project going on.
Yes, absolutely.
So, what type of training programs you have at present for getting more trained students into this Newton of physics?
I think this is a very important point. In fact, I wanted to good that you just raised this point, because what is happening that this experiment is a big experiment. It is a mega science project, what we call. You have to handle this 3.5 million electronic channel, 30,000 RPCs, monitoring, making them, and all those things. We need a large number of physicists and large number of experimental physicists who can make these detectors using their own hands, who can fix if there is any problem running this experiment, etc. So you need competent experimentalists in a reasonable large number. Even in the country, we can actually hardly count by hand such experienced people in the country, because we do not have a culture of doing high energy physics experiment in the country. So that is the reason. But like we have developed all those technologies from scratch, we have also addressed the issue of manpower, and then we know that we don't have manpower today, but let's create it. So what we have done, we have this what you call the INO graduate program, is the INO PhD program basically, where we take every year the students after their MSc, masters in physics or in other areas, or in engineering students also we take. Then they will be going through a rigorous training during the first 1.5 years, where they will be the students who will be making those resistive plate chamber, detectors, these electronics. They will be designing this data acquisition system, so that by the time they are finished with their training, they are competent and they have the confidence that they can make themselves such detectors. So once you do that, then these people, after this training, they will also have to do their physics. So they are getting attached to various PhD guides who are our collaborators in various institutions, universities and so on. And then they will get their PhDs and they will get their postdoctoral experience, but they will be competent experimental high energy physicists. So some of them, we hope that will come back and join our program, because we have a long term plan. It's not that we are starting our experiment tomorrow. It will even take 5 years to start at. So this is how we are going to address the manpower problem. And this is also the reason, because we also create a competent group of physicists, experimental physicists, who can do such experiment in future also, or even propose new experiment in the country.
Also, how you select the students? What basis? Is there any entrance, or how do you select that procedure? If you can tell that, maybe.
Yeah, right now this is actually to some extent linked with the student selection of TIFR. I mean, this reason I'll tell you, because this training and the beginning they'll be at TIFR. So what they have to do, the TIFR has the entrance written examination. So that happens in the first week of December. So before that advertisement goes to all the universities, they should appear, and when applying for that, for the test, they should tick mark. That will be a place where they can tick mark that we are interested in the INO training program. Once they do that and they appear for the written exam, and based upon their performance in the written exam, some of them will be called for interview. This interview will be done separately for the INO student, because we are looking for this kind of aptitude, that they should be good in, they should have the at least interest for doing experiment and doing this kind of detector development, etc. So we will interview them, and after that we will select certain number and they will go through this training.
How do you compare this India-based neutrino project observatory with other labs, existing laboratories in Japan or CERN or in US?
Yeah. So when we started thinking about this project that we want to build in India, we knew that from that time onward that we have to make our detector so that it is complementary to the already existing detectors or even the proposed detector elsewhere. So actually there are quite a few neutrino detectors are already there. One of them, which is also using this atmospheric neutrinos, is, for example, in Japan called Kamiokande, super Kamiokande detector. That detector, the mass is same, like 50 kiloton of mass there, but that is water. And what they do not have in this detector is the magnetic field. And because they do not have a magnetic field, they are no way they can separate the neutrino event from antineutrino event in a event by event basis. Okay. So now this is very crucial information. If you, for example, want to study this neutrino mass ordering that we want to do, then you have to separate out the neutrino event from an antineutrino event. So this detector that we are building in India, this India-based neutrino observatory, the ICAL detector, it is going to be that way unique, in the sense it will have a magnetic field and it will separate neutrinos from antineutrinos. So it will complement the already existing super Kamiokande atmospheric neutrino detector, this one. Now this address, now the question comes that mass ordering. So is this the only way we can do mass ordering? I mean, or is there no other way? No, there are other ways also. For example, there are experiments coming up in United States, and this is using the accelerator produced neutrino beam. They send the neutrino beam to a distance of something like 700 kilometers away, and they will have a detector there, and there also they can be able to use that data to address the issue of mass ordering. However, there are limitations. For example, that particular experiment will not be able to talk about mass ordering if certain neutrino parameters are not favorable to them, and we don't know those neutrino parameters yet what is those neutrino value of those neutrino parameters, like this, so what we call the CP violating phase. Okay. So, that way there are many experiments are going on, and each experiment complement other. For example, ours will have not as high a statistics as a accelerator beam neutrino, but we will cover the whole CP phase. Okay. So, we will be independent of the CP phase, irrespective of what is the value of the CP phase, we will be able to address the issue of mass ordering, whereas this neutrino beam experiment that is coming up will not be able to do that. So, like that, each experiment are different. In addition to that, see, neutrinos have many other experiments. See, for example, we now know neutrinos have mass, but they are very, very tiny masses. We can, our experiment can talk about which is the lightest, which is the heaviest. We cannot really tell what is the mass of the neutrino. So, there are completely different set of experiment, okay, that is coming up in Europe for studying the exact mass, whether they are addressing the exact mass of the absolute mass of the neutrinos. So, this way there are different kinds of experiment addressing different issues connected to the neutrino.
So, INO time being don't have any program to detect neutrinos sent from any other lab, man-made lab.
Oh, okay. Actually, so the neutrinos, for example, so if you let us say you are making neutrino beam somewhere. Now, neutrino beams are being made at the moment. So, they make neutrino beam at near Tokyo in a lab called in Tsukuba called KEK, and sending that beam to some distance of 230 kilometers or so inside Japan itself in Kamiokande, and doing experiment. They are also sending that, as I told you, neutrino beam from Fermilab near Chicago to a laboratory in the US-Canada border at a distance of 730 kilometers. They are having neutrino beam, they are sending from CERN near Geneva, and from there neutrino beams are produced and sent to an experiment in Gran Sasso at a distance of 730 kilometers again in a laboratory there. So, these are the places where neutrino beam are being sent, but these are basically what they call conventional beam. This beam, if they try to send to a longer distance, simply the flux will not be enough to do an experiment, and there are other issues actually. There are a group of neutrino physicists are thinking for a neutrino, high intensity neutrino beam and sending it to a distance of 7,000 kilometers. Okay? That is very useful, because 7,000 kilometers is a magic number for us. Actually, it is, that's why it is called magic baseline, because at 7,000 kilometers, if you produce the neutrino beam, send it to a distance on 7,000 kilometers, during the 7,000 kilometers travel, the neutrino properties change in a certain way, so that we can measure certain properties of the neutrinos very nicely. So, that is very useful to have. But such a neutrino factory, what you call, is nowhere in the horizon, because the technology of making such a neutrino factory doesn't exist today. But there is plan, when people are doing R&D, maybe something like couple of decades down the line, we will have the capabilities of making such a neutrino beam or neutrino factory. Of course, that doesn't mean even if you have capabilities, you will be able to make the factory. So, there should be funding available from some government or a collaboration of international, in various research institutes in the world to make such a factory. However, I should also answer here that there are certain, fear created that, oh, there will be neutrino beam coming from somewhere and they will destroy us, they will be radiation hazard and things like that. Neutrinos are not radiation hazard at all. Neutrinos are hard to detect. Neutrinos hardly interact. In fact, the neutrinos can go through the earth, whole earth, without doing anything. So, as if the whole earth is transparent to the neutrinos. So, neutrinos rarely interact. So, to give a specific example, let us say there will be a neutrino factory one day, and let us say it is there, neutrino factory is there. Now, neutrino factory is sending some beam. If you send that beam, neutrino factory beam, through a human being, okay, continuously for 100 years, I mean, let us say that person lived for 100 years, from his birth, from his death, neutrino beam is continuously going through him. In that period, only one neutrino, okay, has a chance to detect or interact inside your body. And in that interaction, it will produce one muon, one charged particle. Okay, that's all it will do in its entire life. And thousands of such muons are going through our body all the time from cosmic rays. So, this is completely, neutrino beams are completely safe. I mean, that it's of no use for other than the scientists for to study the properties of the neutrinos.
Okay. So there is no radiation or other things in the nearby area?
Absolutely no. I mean, there is no way neutrino can create any radiation.
Thank you very much for coming to this interface. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome to the session on Aesthetics of Romanticism. Romanticism was an artistic movement that took place during the late 18th century in Europe. It chose intuition and emotion over rationalism. This, together with the ideologies and events of the French Revolution, laid the foundations from which both Romanticism and the Counter-Enlightenment emerged. At that time, Europe was engrossed in an industrial revolution, and society began to challenge conventional forms of neoclassicism in art, music, and literature. The generation of revolution and wars, of stress and upheaval, produced doubts on the security of the age of reason. Doubts and pessimism now challenged the hope and optimism of the 18th century. People felt a deepened concern for the metaphysical problems of existence, death, and eternity. It was in this background that Romanticism was born. The essential spirit of Romanticism was one of revolt against an established order of things. Romanticists fought against precise rules, laws, dogmas, and formulas that characterized classicism in general and the late 18th century neoclassicism in particular. They praised imagination over reason, emotions over logic, and intuition over science, and thus made way for a vast body of literature of great sensibility and passion. The term romantic first appeared in the 18th century English and originally meant romance-like, that is, resembling the fanciful character of medieval romances. In the 17th century, we find the word employed in two different senses. When the Englishman Thomas Bailey used the adjective romantic for the first time in 1650, it was to criticize the untruth of fictional writings. At the same period, romantic was applied in a positive sense to the landscape paintings of Claude Lorraine, Nicolas Poussin, and Salvator Rosa. So, in parallel to the motley, untamed inventiveness of the fictional world, we have the picturesqueness of depictions of nature informed with emotion. Later, it began to suggest a movement whose central characteristics were revolt, self-expression, and individual uniqueness. Beginning in the last decades of the 18th century, it transformed poetry, the novel, drama, painting, sculpture, all forms of concert music, especially opera and ballet. The roots of Romanticism can be traced in the work of Jean-Jacques Rousseau and Immanuel Kant. Other philosophers and writers associated with the Romantic movement include Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, Friedrich Wilhelm Joseph von Schelling, and George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel in Germany, Samuel Taylor Coleridge, and William Wordsworth in Britain. Philosophically, Romanticism represents a shift from the objective to the subjective. The importance of romantic philosophy in aesthetics can be delineated through a simple example. Imagine three people looking at a landscape. One is a farmer, another a property developer, and a third, but through a number of categories. We do not directly see things in themselves. We only understand the world through our human point of view. If we agree with Kant that we can never know things in themselves, we may as well discard them. This leads to idealism, the belief that what we call the external world is somehow created by our minds. The Enlightenment's emphasis on the empirical deterministic universe left little room for the freedom and creativity of the human spirit. The Romantic emphasis is on art, and imagination is a direct critical reaction to the mechanical view of some Enlightenment figures. The Romantic landscapes are a good example for this. In landscape art, Romantics picked subjects that elevated nature, often dwarfing the human in comparison. Sometimes Romantic art depicted sentimental and heroic figures. These seemed small in relation to the forces of nature. Yet humanity remained a focal point of their work. Nature is portrayed as vague, powerful, and barely restrained. Frederick's Wanderer Above the Sea and Fog shows a solitary gentleman looking out over a seascape with breakers smashing against the shore. The figure seems to contemplate the elements with stoic determination mixed with admiration and awe. The wanderer is focused on nature, even while all of nature seems focused upon him. The ideas of Jean-Jacques Rousseau about nature and simplicity, from Johann Gottfried Herder, who rejected classicism and searched for authenticity of the true people, and the fascination with medieval times, they all seem to meet harmoniously in Frederick's paintings. In Romantic age, instead of an aesthetics based on inescapable values, there developed in England and France a doctrine of the beautiful based on individual taste and sensibility. The feeling and sentiment of the individual artist and viewer of art now became the key factor. Ultimately, this implied a turn to a psychological approach to art, which by the middle of the 19th century began to concentrate on its more sensational aspects. In the book A Philosophical Enquiry into the Origins of Our Ideas of the Sublime and Beautiful, published in 1757, Edmund Burke paved the road to an aesthetics of awesome and pleasurable terrors. After Burke's attempt to base the visual arts on a theory of human passions, the categories of the grand and sublime, the archaically rugged, the mental stimuli provoked by the bizarre, obscure, chaotic, even the shock effects which exposed the depths and abysses of the human soul, came increasingly to figure in European thinking as the motive forces behind truly compelling works of art. Around the time of Burke's treatise, the concept of the picturesque became a key term. The word connoted psychological moods triggered by certain themes and also by certain modes of formal depiction. Uvedale Price published essays on picturesque in 1795. Followed by this, around the turn of the century, Richard Payne Knight argued that picturesqueness was based above all on values of light and color. A short time later, this was put into practice by William Turner in watercolors and oils of a decidedly romantic flavor. Now let us look at the contributions of some other important thinkers who played major roles in shaping the Romantic age. Generally, these thinkers felt that for human beings, it was our own day-to-day living that was the center of our search for the truth. Reason and the evidence of our senses were important, no doubt, but they mean nothing to us unless they touch our needs, our feelings, our emotions. Only then do they acquire meaning. This meaning is what the Romantic movement is all about. Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Jean-Jacques Rousseau is considered as the intellectual father of Romanticism. For Rousseau, habits, values, rules and standards imposed by a civilization grounded in reason and reason only had to be abandoned. Man is born free and everywhere he is in chains, Rousseau had written. Whereas the philosophers saw man in common, that is, as creatures endowed with reason, the Romantics saw diversity and uniqueness, that is, those traits which set one man apart from another and traits which set one nation apart from another. Discover yourself, express yourself was the slogan of the Romantic artists. Play your own music, write your own drama, paint your own personal vision, live, love and suffer in your own way. The Romantics were passionate about their subjectivism, about their tendency towards introspection. Rousseau's autobiography, The Confessions, began with the following words: I am commencing an undertaking hitherto without precedent and which will never find an imitator. I desire to set before my fellows the likeness of a man in all the truth of nature, and that man myself alone. I know the feelings of my heart and I know men. I am not made like any of those I have seen. I venture to believe that I am not made like any of those who are in existence. If I am not better, at least I am different. Arthur Schopenhauer. Arthur Schopenhauer was born in February 22nd, 1788 in Danzig, Prussia. In 1819, he published his greatest work, The World as Will and Idea. To Schopenhauer, the phenomenal world is basically an illusion. The true reality, Kant's thing in itself, he refers to as will. It is out of the will that everything derives, but it has more the qualities of a force and pushes or drives what we perceive as the phenomenal world. Will is the inner nature of all things. So, if you want to understand some things or someone's inner nature, you need only look within yourself. So, the will also drives us through our instincts. Aesthetic salvation, seeing the beauty in something or someone, he believed, is one of the ways to get past suffering. When we do this, we are actually looking at the universal or essence behind the scene, which moves us in turn towards the universal subject within ourselves. This quiets the will that forces us into the phenomenal world. Schopenhauer believed that music was the purest art, one step from will. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Goethe was born in 1749 in Frankfurt am Main in Germany. Goethe's greatest work is his two-part play Faust. Although he began writing it in 1773, it would not be finished until 1831. The first part, however, could stand alone, and it was completed in 1808. Its theme was human freedom and the power of passion. In addition to his poetry, novels and plays, Goethe spent considerable time on science. He studied medicine, anatomy, physics, chemistry, botany and meteorology. In 1792, he completed the two-part contributions to optics, and in 1810 the 3-part on the theory of colors. He truly believed that it was these works that would be his greatest contributions. Instead, few scientists approved of them, and they were to make little serious impact on the field. His work would make an impression on various artists, though including Turner, Klee, and Kandinsky. His approach was really more phenomenological than experimental, and his work reflected more on the subjective experiences of color and light than on their physics. Schelling and Coleridge. Schelling agreed with Kant that the only object we have direct knowledge of is consciousness. The external world is seen as an adjunct to what is more real, the mind. The way that the mind will come to full awareness of itself is through art. Coleridge was interested in the psychology of artistic creativity and was dissatisfied with the empiricist idea that the mind was merely a passive absorber of impressions. After reading Schelling and other idealists, he found a way to criticize the over-mechanical view of the Enlightenment. The mechanical view of the mind is atomistic. It is simply the sum of its experience. Coleridge saw the mind more in organic terms, its functions more like an organism than an engine. The organism can be creative, but it is difficult to see how an engine could create poetry. Coleridge felt that his version of idealism could be reconciled with his Christian beliefs and that Kant's moral theories were in tune with Christian sentiments. Coleridge thought that intellectuals had an important role in disseminating culture in order to bring society closer to a state of harmony. Hegel. G.W.F. Hegel was the most influential of the German idealist philosophers, perhaps the most important philosopher since Kant. He became a professor at Heidelberg in 1816 and was professor of philosophy at Berlin from 1818 until his death in 1831. Like other idealists, he agrees with Kant that the mind is not simply a passive absorber of the external world, but actively organizes it. As the mind cannot know things in themselves, what becomes the real is Geist, mind, spirit, or soul. As Hegel says, the real is the rational and the rational is the real. Hegel sees Geist developing through history, each period having a Zeitgeist, a spirit of the age. These stages will eventually reach the telos, Greek for end, of self-understanding. That is when Geist comes to know itself. He called this process dialectical. A dialectical process is one in which a starting position, the thesis, proves to be inadequate and so throws up its opposite, the antithesis. Both of these positions are unsatisfactory and progress will only occur when a superior understanding occurs. It is only when Geist comes to know itself that we can be free. It is only possible to be free if we understand reality. If we do not understand reality, we are not in a position to make a free judgment. We struggle in vain against that which we do not understand. For Hegel, each person's individual consciousness or mind is really part of the absolute mind. It is just that the individual does not realize this. If we understood that we were part of a greater consciousness, we would not be so concerned with our individual freedom. We would agree with to act rationally in a way that did not follow our individual caprice. By following the real or the rational, each individual would achieve self-fulfillment. The true content of romantic thought, Hegel writes, is absolute internality, the adequate and appropriate form of which is spiritual subjectivity or conscious personality, as comprehension of its own independence and freedom. Following Hegel, two different interpretations of Hegelianism spawned two different groups: the old Hegelians, who uncritically accepted Hegel's views, and the young Hegelians, who wanted to continue the revolution of ideas using Hegel's dialectics. Ludwig Feuerbach and Karl Marx were the most influential of these. Soren Abbé Kierkegaard. Soren Kierkegaard was born in Copenhagen on May 5, 1813, the youngest of 7 children. In 1843, he published Either Or. It takes the form of an argument about how to live life between an aesthetic man and an ethical man, very probably reflecting two aspects of Kierkegaard's own soul. The aesthetic man is basically a hedonist and an atheist. Although he is portrayed as a refined gentleman, his sections of the book are rambling, suggesting that his life is likewise without focus. The ethical man is adjudged, and his arguments are far more orderly and eloquent. He spends considerable time analyzing the ancient Roman Emperor Nero and his mental states. Throughout his works, he was concerned with passions. He defined anxiety, for example, as the dizziness of freedom. Despair is what the hedonist feels when he finally recognized the emptiness of his life. Guilt is what the ethical man feels when he inevitably discovers his inability to forgive himself. These definitions would profoundly influence a number of later philosophers and writers. Kierkegaard is often considered the first existentialist, mostly because of the way he used the word existence. He said that God doesn't exist because he is eternal. Only people exist because they are always an unfinished product. And the nature of existence is, first, that it is the domain of the individual, and second, that individual must take responsibility for his or her own creation. There is little doubt the great masters of the Romantic period influenced each other, and the mood of the age crossed disciplines. There can be no doubt that Romanticism, though it had an enormous resonance in Germany, was a phenomenon that pervaded all of Europe during the late years of the 18th century and the transition period to an industrialized society in the 19th. It even occasionally overlapped the borders of Europe, for instance, stimulating American painters of the late 19th century to develop a unique version of the style, above all in the field of landscape painting. As far as the unreal and eerie, the dark and evil ingredients of the Romantic mood are concerned, sufficient examples are found in English and French literature and art, where they were indeed often carried to extremes, giving rise to the concept of black romanticism. One power possessed by the Romantic, a power distinct and superior to reason, was imagination. Imagination might apprehend immediate reality and create in accordance with it. The Romantics did not merely say that there were irrational ways of intuiting reality. They rejected materialism and utilitarianism as types of personal behavior and as philosophies. They sought a regeneration we can liken to that of the medieval heretic or saint. They favored selfless enthusiasm, an enthusiasm which was an expression of faith and not as the product of utilitarian calculation. Emotion, unbridled emotion, was celebrated irrespective of its consequences. The three theses of Romanticism can be summarized as: first one, the universe is a single unified whole. Everything is connected to everything else. The world is not simply a collection of unrelated atomic particles and isolated minds. Second, the universe is full of values, tendencies, and life. The universe is not composed merely of lifeless matter. It is not completely objective, consisting only of the formal mathematical properties of matter extended in space and time. Third, reason, objectivity, and analysis radically falsify reality by breaking it up into disconnected lifeless entities. The best way of perceiving reality is through some subjective feelings or intuition, through which we participate in the subject of our knowledge instead of viewing it from the outside. We have discussed some of the major thinkers and their concepts which shaped the Romantic age. Now let us wind up this session with a quote from Isaiah Berlin. For the Romantics, Berlin says, in the realm of ethics, politics, aesthetics, it was the authenticity and sincerity of the pursuit of inner goals that mattered. This applied equally to individuals and groups, states, nations, movements. This is most evident in the aesthetics of Romanticism, where the notion of eternal models, a Platonic vision of ideal beauty which the artist seeks to convey, however imperfectly, on canvas or in sound, is replaced by a passionate belief in spiritual freedom, individual creativity. The painter, the poet, the composer do not hold up a mirror to nature, however ideal, but invent. They do not imitate, the doctrine of mimesis, but create not merely the means but the goals that they pursue. These goals represent the self-expression of the artist's own unique inner vision, to set aside which in response to the demands of some external voice, church, state, public opinion, family, friends, arbiters of taste, is an act of betrayal of what alone justifies their existence for those who are in any sense creative. Here are some questions for you. Romantic art movement did not produce any normed artistic style. Why? Discuss the works of William Blake, Goya, and John Constable according to the concepts of Romantic philosophy. Books for reference: K. Clark, The Romantic Rebellion, 1974. H. Honor, Romanticism, 1979. C. Rosen and H. Zerner, Romanticism and Realism, 1984. A. K. Wiedemann, Romantic Roots in Modern Art. Brown Marshall, The Cambridge History of Literary Criticism, Volume 5. Romanticism, Cambridge, UK, 2000. Hegel, G.W.F. Aesthetics, Lectures on Fine Art, translated by T.M. Knox, Oxford, 1975. Hills, Frederick W. and Harold Bloom. From Sensibility to Romanticism, Essays presented to Frederick A. Pottle, London, Oxford and New York, 1965. Day Iden, Romanticism, 1996. Routledge. Ferber Michael, 2010. Romanticism, A Very Short Introduction. Oxford and New York, Oxford University Press. Berlin Isaiah, 1999. The Roots of Romanticism, London, Cato and Windus. Here we end this session on aesthetics of romanticism. We will meet again with another topic in the next session. Till then, bye.
Hello and welcome to the session on personality theories of Cattell and Eysenck. Cattell's trait theory of personality. Before going to his theory in detail, let us have a brief idea of his biography. Raymond Cattell was born in 1905 and died in 1998. He was educated in Britain and he obtained his doctorate from University of London, and after which he worked as Director, Child Guidance Clinic for 5 years. He came to the US to work with E.L. Thorndike and developed officer selection methods. He established an institute for personality and ability testing. He taught at University of Illinois for 30 years and more, and went to Hawaii in 1978, and until death he was teaching in the University of Hawaii. Cattell thought that clinicians' observations were not a scientific basis for understanding or classifying personality. He used inductive method of scientific inquiry to develop his theory of personality. That is, he gathered large amount of data and used factor analysis on the data, looking for clusters. For Cattell, personality was that which permit a prediction of what a person will do in a given situation. The underlying basic factors of a person's personality were termed by him as source traits. He used factor analysis and found common clusters of surface traits. These clusters were termed by Cattell as source traits. He gathered data about the individual from the life records, took self-reports and used the questionnaire data and used tests and obtained test results, which all put together with source traits gave the personality of an individual. Cattell has identified 35 primary traits, of which 23 were characterized of normal individuals and 12 were characterized of abnormal individuals. He developed a scale called 16PF, which was designed to assess 16 different source traits associated with normal behavior. Cattell said that humans are innately driven by ERGs, E-R-G-S, which means goals were created because of hunger, curiosity, anger, fear or other basic motivations which are found in both humans and primates. Cattell believed that intelligence was primarily an inherited trait. Cattell was of the view that personality has to be considered in terms of not only traits but also various other variables including attitudes. He defined attitude as a desire to act in a specific way in response to a specific situation. Attitudes are interconnected within the dynamic lattice. Then what is dynamic lattice? It is Cattell's attempt to display graphically his theoretical analysis of the relationship between the mind's instinctive driving forces and their overlying semantic and attitudinal superstructure. The specific attitudinal connections within the dynamic lattice are controlled by subsidiation chains, that is, some attitudes are subordinate to other attitudes. The subsidiation chain helps determine when specific attitude will produce a specific behavior. Environmental factors were considered essential by Cattell to determine personality and behavior. Cattell's theory of personality attempts to explain the interaction between the genetic and personality systems and the socio-cultural milieu within which the organism is functioning. It dives deep into the complicated transactions between the personality system and the more inclusive socio-cultural matrix of the functioning organism. According to him, these traits are genetically and environmentally determined, and the ways in which genetic and environmental factors interact decide the behavior of the individual. Cattell opines that an appropriate theory of personality must take into account the multiple traits that comprise a personality. The theory should be able to indicate the ways in which genetic and environmental factors interact to influence behavior. He believes that personality functioning and growth must be based on systematic research methods and precise measurements. Multivariate statistics and factor analysis are his preferred methods of personality study. Now, let us learn the formula for personality. According to him, with the help of mathematical analysis of personality, the prediction of behavior can be made by a specification equation. The formula used by Cattell to predict behavior with any degree of accuracy is given here. R is equal to FSP, where R refers to the nature of a person's specific response, F refers to the unspecified function, S refers to the stimulus situation at a given moment in time, and P refers to the personality structure. To be more specific, this formula signifies that the nature of a person's specific response means what the person does or thinks or verbalizes is some unspecified function of the stimulus situation at a given moment in time, and also of the individual's personality structure. The specification equation shows that the person's specific responses to any given situation is a function of all the combined traits relevant to that situation. Here, each trait is interacting with situational factors that may affect it. Cattell also accepts that it is difficult to predict a person's behavior in a given situation. In order to increase predictive accuracy, the personality theorist must consider not only what traits a person possesses, but also the many non-trait variables such as a person's moods and particular social roles called for in the situation and related aspects. It's also necessary to weigh each trait according to its relevance to the situation in question. For example, if the person were in emotionally arousing situation, the trait of anxiety would be assigned a high weight in predicting the person's response. Thus, the equation is oversimplification of Cattell's trait theory. Yet, this general formula conveys Cattell's strong belief that human behavior is determined and can be predicted. Next, we can discuss the different categories of traits. According to Cattell, behavior is determined by the interaction of traits and situational variables, but his major organizing concept of personality resides in his description of some various kinds of traits he has identified. Traits are relatively permanent and pervasive tendencies to respond with consistency from one situation to another and from one time to another. Traits are hypothetical mental structures inferred from behavior which predisposes the person to behave uniformly across various circumstances and across time. Traits reflect the person's stable and predictable characteristics and are by far the most important of Cattell's concepts. Cattell relies heavily on factor analysis to investigate the structural elements of personality. He concludes that traits can be classified in several ways such as surface traits, source traits, constitutional traits, environmental mold traits, ability traits, temperamental traits, dynamic traits, common traits and unique traits. Let us take up these traits and see how they function. First of all, we will discuss surface traits versus source traits. A surface trait is a set of behavioral characteristics that all seem to hang together. For instance, the observed characteristics of inability to concentrate, indecisiveness, restlessness, etc. may cluster together to form the surface traits of neuroticism. Here the trait of neuroticism is observed by a cluster of overt elements that seem to go together. It does not derive from any single factor or element. Surface traits do not have a unitary basis and are not consistent over time, and hence they are not given much value for behavioral accountability. On the other hand, source traits are the basic underlying structures which constitute the building blocks of personality. They represent the unitary dimension or factors that ultimately determine the consistencies in each person's observed behavior. Source traits exist at a deeper level of the personality and are the causes of behavior in diverse domains over an extended period of time. After extensive factor analytic research, Cattell concluded that there are approximately 16 source traits that constitute the underlying structure of personality. They are warmth, reasoning, emotional stability, dominance, liveliness, rule consciousness, social boldness, sensitivity, vigilance, abstractness, privateness, apprehension, openness to change, self-reliance, perfectionism and tension. 16PF, it's otherwise called 16 Personality Factor Questionnaire, designed by Cattell, consists of these personality trait factors. It's a self-report scale that has proved to be quite useful and popular in both applied and research settings. Cattell considered personality traits to have multi-level hierarchical structure. In his research, Cattell tried to find out the primary traits of personality and found that these primary traits came together in meaningful groupings and formed broader global traits. These global traits were termed by him as secondary traits. For example, the first global trait he found was the introversion-extroversion. It resulted from the natural affinity of 5 primary traits that defined different reasons for an individual to move toward people and away from people. Cattell stated that there was a natural tendency for these traits to go together in the real world, and these represented important behavioral domain. The primary traits that constituted the extroversion-introversion dimension were warmth, liveliness, social boldness, forthrightness and affiliate. Source traits can be divided into 2 subtypes depending on their origin. They are constitutional versus environmental mold traits. Constitutional traits derive from the biological and physiological conditions of the person. For instance, recovery from cocaine addiction may cause a person to be momentarily irritable, depressed and anxious. Cattell would suggest that these behaviors result from changes in the person's physiology and thus reflect constitutional source traits. Whereas environmental source traits are determined by influences in the social and physical environment. These traits reflect learned characteristics and styles of behaving and form a person, thus is imprinted on the personality by the individual's environment. Thus, a person who is raised in rural setting behaves differently from a person who grows up in the urban area. Next division is ability, temperament and dynamic traits. Source traits can further be classified in terms of the modality through which they are expressed. Ability traits determine the person's skill and effectiveness in pursuing a desired goal. For example, intelligence and musical aptitude. Temperament traits relate to other emotional and stylistic qualities of behavior. For example, people may either work quickly or slowly on a task. Cattell considers temperament traits to constitutional source traits that determine a person's emotionality. Dynamic traits reflect the motivational elements of human behavior. These are traits that activate and direct the person toward particular goals. Thus, a person may be characterized as ambitious, power-oriented, or interested in acquiring material possessions. Next category is common versus unique traits. A common trait is one that is shared in varying degrees by all members of the same culture. For example, self-esteem, intelligence, and introversion. Unique traits are those that are shared by few or no other people. Unique traits are especially observed in the areas of interest and attitudes. Cattell gives much significance on use of factor analysis to identify the major traits of personality. Cattell draws his data from three basic sources. First is life record data, it is otherwise called L data, self-rating questionnaire data, that is Q data, and objective test data, that is OT data. L data involves a measurement of behavior in actual everyday situations such as school performance or interactions with peers. Q data refers to the person's self-ratings about his or her behavior, feelings, or thoughts. Such information reflects the person's introspections and self-observations. Such data is prone to faking. Finally, OT data are derived from the creation of special situations in which the person's performance on certain tasks may be objectively scored. For example, responding to a Rorschach test. Such data is resistant to faking. Our next focus is Eysenck's trait type theory. Hans Jürgen Eysenck, or shortly H.J. Eysenck, his lifespan was between 1916 to 1997. He was a British psychologist. He was known for his theory of human personality. He suggested that personality is biologically determined and is arranged in a hierarchy consisting of types, traits, habitual responses, and specific responses. Eysenck did not believe in Freudian psychoanalysis as he considered it rather unscientific. Next is hierarchical taxonomy enunciated by Hans J. Eysenck. According to Eysenck, personality can be studied from either temperamental or cognitive aspects or both. He focused on the temperament aspect of personality in his PEN model. Individual difference in personality or temperament is analyzed in terms of traits, which can be defined as theoretical constructs based on covariations of a number of behavioral acts. However, Eysenck further supposes that traits themselves intercorrelate and make up higher order factors or superfactors, which Eysenck calls types. Let us move to the three dimensions of personality put forward by Eysenck. Eysenck strongly advocates that there are only three major dimensions or superfactors in the description of personality. They are extroversion, introversion, emotional stability versus instability or neuroticism, psychoticism versus impulse control. In the PEN model, these dimensions or superfactors are based on constitutional, genetic, or inborn factors which are to be discovered in the physiological, neurological, and biochemical structure of individual. Each person does not necessarily have either 100% or 0% of extraversion, neuroticism, or psychoticism. An individual may show some degree of these superfactors on the continuum. A person may have high extraversion, moderate neuroticism, and low psychoticism. Eysenck suggests, after studying psychosis, that psychotic symptoms and illness do not form completely separate diagnostic entities. Psychosis is not a separate diagnostic entity which is categorically separated from normality, and this continuum is collinear with the concept of psychoticism embodied in the P scale of the Eysenck's personality questionnaire, that is EPQ. On this continuum, a person with high extraversion is sociable, popular, optimistic and rather unreliable, whereas a person with a low extraversion is quiet, introspective, reserved and reliable. A person with high neuroticism is anxious, worried, moody and unstable, whereas a person with low neuroticism is calm, even-tempered, carefree and emotionally stable. A person with high psychoticism is troublesome, uncooperative, hostile and socially withdrawn, whereas a person with low psychoticism is altruistic, socialized, empathetic and conventional. Next, we will discuss the causal aspects. Based on the three-dimensional description of personality, the PEN model further attempts to provide causal explanation of personality. The PEN model looks for psychophysiological, hormonal and other biological mechanisms responsible for the personality dimensions, so that the theory can be tested by scientific experiments. Eysenck clearly contends that no theory would be considered valid that did not make testable and verified predictions. Consequently, Eysenck proposes the arousal theory by modifying his inhibition theory to explain the causal roots of the three dimensions of personality. At first, we will discuss the neurophysiological basis of traits and types. The neurophysiological indices of neurotic patients with different types of individuals' characters and their dynamics are important factors of personality. Analysis of the dynamics of the neurophysiological characteristics made during group psychotherapy supported the clinical data on varying curability of neurotic patients with the different types of character accentuations. For instance, in patients with the hysteria type character, accentuation appeared more resistant to psychotherapy. Eysenck also made an attempt to specify a neurophysiological basis for each of his three personality super traits or types. According to him, the super trait introversion-extraversion is closely related to levels of cortical arousal as indicated by electroencephalographic recordings. He used the term arousal to denote a continuum of excitation ranging from a lower extreme, for example sleep, to an upper extreme, for example a state of panic. He was of the view that introverts are over-aroused and thus are highly sensitive to incoming stimulation. For this reason, they avoided situations that are apt to overwhelm them. Next is neuroticism and visceral brain activation. Eysenck also explained neuroticism in terms of activation thresholds in the sympathetic nervous system or visceral brain. The visceral brain is also referred to as the limbic system, which regulates such emotional states as sex, fear and aggression. It is responsible for the fight or flight response in the face of danger. Heart rate, blood pressure, skin conductance, sweating, breathing rate and muscular tension in the forehead can measure activation levels of the visceral brain. Neurotic individuals have greater activation levels and lower thresholds within the visceral brain. They are easily upset in the face of very minor stresses. However, emotionally stable people are calm under such stresses because they have lesser activation levels and higher thresholds. Next, we will discuss psychoticism and gonadal hormones. Eysenck also provides a biological explanation of psychoticism in terms of gonadal hormones such as testosterone and enzymes such as monoamine oxidase. It is otherwise called MAO. All things considered, the PEN model has contributed to the study of personality in the following distinctive ways. First of all, it combines both descriptive and causal aspects of personality in one theory. This characteristic clearly distinguishes the PEN model from most other trait theories such as the 5-factor model. Next, it provides causal explanation in addition to the description of personality. The PEN model is supported by more credible evidence than purely descriptive models. The PEN model is comprehensive in description by proposing a hierarchy of 4 levels and by making a clear distinction among those levels. The PEN model becomes most compelling because of its experimental approach. This makes the model more testable. Consequently, the PEN model is likely to generate more specific predictions about personality. Let us summarize what we have discussed so far. We have been discussing 2 relevant personality theories put forward by Raymond Cattell and Hans Eysenck. Cattell's theory seeks to explain the complicated transactions between personality system and the socio-cultural matrix of the functioning organism. According to him, a comprehensive theory of personality must take into account the multiple traits that comprise the personality. The chapter gives Cattell's theory of personality, its definitions, and the dynamics underlying the theory. Eysenck's approach is more anchored in theory. He suggests that not more than 3 super traits are needed to account for most of human behavior. He places much importance on genetic factors in personality development. At the same time, he does not ignore the environmental influences on personality. Now you can try to answer the questions. First question: what are the various types of traits? Discuss with suitable examples. What are a source trait and a surface trait? Another question: describe in detail Cattell's trait theory of personality. Explain Eysenck's trait type theory of personality. Describe the neurophysiological basis of trait and types. And the last question: explain the neurophysiological basis of neuroticism. Hope that you may go through the reference books given here. Personality Theories, Basic Assumptions, Research and Applications by L.A. Hegel and D.J. Segler, McGraw-Hill, London, in the year 1992. Another book, Personality Theories, A Comparative Analysis by S.R. Maddy, Darcy Press, Homewood, in the year 1989. Still one more book, Personality, Theory and Research by L.A. Pervin, Wiley, New York, in the year 1989. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic. Till then, take care.
Welcome to the study of dynamics of motion. In the previous episodes, we learned about the relationship between force and motion, the parameters of motion, and Newton's first and second law of motion. In this episode, we will examine the action and reaction of forces as embodied in Newton's third law of motion. The law states that to every action there is always an equal and opposite reaction. Till now, we have been examining the concept of force and motion in the context of a single object. Often, we come across situations where objects come in contact with one another with a considerable force within a fraction of a second, resulting into a collision. Such kind of a contact is referred to as impact.
Impacts are commonplace. A shot put creates an impact when it hits the ground. There is an impact when a ball is struck by a batsman. Likewise, the cue ball creates an impact when it collides with other balls. These kinds of impacts result from impulsive forces, which are implicit in Newton's second law of motion. An impulsive force can be defined as the force that acts for a time that is short compared to the time of the event. As the impulsive force acts for a very short time, it cannot be measured directly. Therefore, it is measured by determining the change in momentum. The game of billiards is a good example to understand the principle of impulsive force. Here, the cue ball hits the target ball with a certain amount of force, say F. At the contact point, the force gets transferred from the cue ball to the target ball within a small period of time, say delta t. This transfer of force creates a change in the momentum of the target ball, which can be measured as delta p. As per Newton's second law of motion, the change in momentum, delta p, is the product of force F and time of contact, delta t. Therefore, the change in momentum, that is, delta p equals F into delta t, is the impulsive force. If the contact time is increased, the effect of impact will decrease considerably. This can be observed in the game of cricket. When a fielder stretches his palms in the path of the ball, he is likely to suffer an injury as a large force of the ball gets transferred to his palms in a very short contact time. But if he prolongs the time of contact by drawing his palms along the path of the ball, the impact will be less, and he will not drop the catch. The consequences of some impact will be quite devastating. Our Earth has witnessed several instances of impacts in its history. One such impact is that of the meteor that struck at Arizona in the US some 50,000 years ago, creating a gigantic crater which was 570 feet deep and 14,000 feet in diameter. In the game of billiards too, the phenomenon of impact can be witnessed when the cue ball strikes the target ball in a very short period. As the cue ball impacts, its entire momentum is transferred to the target ball, making it move in the direction of the force applied by the cue ball. At other instances, a different phenomenon can be observed. Upon contact, the cue ball and the target ball move in opposite directions. Such reactions can be noticed in several situations. The force of the cue ball is the active force, and the force of the target ball is the reactive force. The active force of the cue ball makes the target ball move in one direction, while the reactive force of the target ball acting on the cue ball makes it move in the opposite direction.
Such instances of objects contacting each other and moving in opposite directions are at the center of Newton's third law of motion. The law states that for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. A large number of devices work on the principle of the third law of motion.
In rotating sprinklers, there is no mechanical device to rotate the nozzles. Instead, it is the action and reaction of forces that make the sprinkler rotate. While the active force makes water jet out of the nozzles, the reactive force of the water jet pushes the nozzles in the opposite direction, making the sprinkler rotate. Not just simple sprinklers, but rockets too work on the principle of action and reaction. The active force of the burnt fuel escaping from the rocket vent creates an equal and opposite reactive force to provide the thrust needed to propel the rocket on its path.
The three laws of motion which we have dealt so far can be studied in the mechanical system of spring balance used to determine the weight of objects.
When not in use, the pointer rests at 0. It continues to rest at that point until it is made to change that position by the application of an external force, such as a 1 kilogram weight. The external force of the weight makes the pointer move in the direction of the force applied. This movement is as per Newton's first law of motion, which states that a body continues to be in a state of rest or in a state of uniform motion in a straight line unless it is compelled to change that state by external forces. Thus, Newton's first law gives the definition of force. In the spring balance, the principle of the second law of motion can also be observed. The force required to move the pointer downwards is generated by the force of gravity acting on the mass of 1 kilogram. As a result of the gravity force, the pointer moves downwards with a changing velocity, leading to change in momentum of the pointer. The momentum so produced in the pointer is proportional to the gravity force of 1 kilogram force acting on it. This is all about the second law of motion, which states that the rate of change of momentum of bodies is proportional to the applied force and takes place in the direction in which the force acts.
The principle of the third law of motion can also be observed in the spring balance. When the weight is suspended, the pointer moves up and down the scale before coming to rest. The downward swing is due to the active force of the weight, and the upward swing is due to reactive force of the spring caused by the weight. When the active and reactive forces get balanced, the pointer comes to rest.
This, in fact, is what the third law of motion states, that for every action there is always an equal and opposite reaction.
Each of the three laws is set to serve one objective. The first law defines force as an external agency that changes or tends to change the state of rest or of uniform motion of a body in a straight line. The second law provides for the measurement of force in terms of the rate of change of momentum, which is a vector quantity. The third law specifies the action and reaction properties which are inherent in all forces whenever they come into play. In addition, the third law, in combination with the second law, indicates the principle of the conservation of momentum.
Momentum always gets conserved. For instance, when the bullet is not fired, the momentum of the gun, PG, and the bullet, PB, is 0. PG plus PB equals 0. When the bullet gets fired, according to the third law of Newton, the gun exerts a force on the bullet, Fg. And the bullet, in turn, exerts a force, minus Fb, of the same magnitude on the gun, but in an opposite direction. These forces obviously act for the same small length of time, delta t. By Newton's second law, the momentum acquired by the bullet and gun are Pb equals Fb into delta t. Pg equals minus Fg into delta t. Since the action and reaction are simultaneous in a very short time, delta t gets cancelled. Therefore, the momentum acquired by the bullet is equal to the product of the mass and velocity of the bullet. Pb equals mb into vb, where mb is the mass of the bullet and vb the velocity of the bullet. And the momentum acquired by the gun, minus pg, is equal to mg into minus vg, where pg is the momentum acquired by the gun, mg is the mass of the gun, and minus vg is the velocity of the gun. The total momentum when the bullet gets fired is mb into vb plus mg into vg, which is equal to 0.
This implies that the total momentum before and after the firing remains constant at 0. This kind of action and reaction, where the momentum of the bodies in a system get conserved, has yielded the law of conservation of momentum. The law of conservation of momentum states that when two or more bodies interact with one another, their total momentum remains constant, provided no external forces are acting.
This can be clearly illustrated with the game of caroms. When the striker hits the formation of coins, the momentum of the striker gets completely transferred to the coins, resulting in their motion. Thus, the total momentum before and after the strike gets conserved and remains constant, provided no external forces act on it.
The principle of conservation of momentum, like the three laws of motion, is in action everywhere. Examine such situations and explain how the laws are operating in them. This will enhance your understanding of the Newton's law of motion.
Besides your own textbooks, read the books suggested here. Published by S. Chand & Co. Limited, New Delhi, 1990. Physics textbook by Arvind Kumar, B.K. Sharma, P.C. Jain, and others. Published by the National Council of Educational Research and Training, New Delhi, 2002. Pradeep's Fundamental Physics by K.L. Gomba and K.L. Gogia. Published by Pradeep Publications, Jalandhar, 2003. Engineering Mechanics by S. Timoshenko and D.H. Young. Published by McGraw-Hill, New Delhi, 1956. The questions for you to answer are: define impulsive force and impact. Describe various situations of impact in real life. Define the third law of motion. Describe active and reactive forces with suitable examples. Define the law of conservation of momentum and explain how Newton's second and third law coexist to conserve momentum. If you have any doubts to clarify, or if you wish to watch the unit again, write to the Director, Consortium for Educational Communication, NSC Campus, Aruna Asaf Ali Marg, New Delhi, 110067, or email us at cec@del12.vsnl.net.in. You can also write to the Director, Educational Multimedia Research Center, University of Calicut, Calicut University, PO 673635. Email ID is emmrccalicut@yahoo.co.
Hello and welcome to the session on Current Awareness Service. Current Awareness Service is a service intended to meet the current approach of specialist users of the library. In order to understand this service, we have to understand the various approaches of information. Since the information needs of users are various, the users approach information in different ways in order to get fulfills their needs. The approaches of information are of three types. First type is fact-finding approach. According to this approach, a particular user needs a particular information. Say for example, information such as distance between two places or capital of a country. Second approach is exhaustive approach. In this approach, a user would like to have the total relevant literature that have been published in a particular topic. So, for example, 5-year plan and libraries. Here, the user will have to get the whole published literature regarding this topic. The third approach is current approach. According to this approach, a user would like to keep himself abreast or keep up to date with the latest development in his field of research or work. So, he needs the latest and current information in his field of specialization. Say for example, a person who is doing research on mobile communication, he will have to get the day-to-day developments in the field of mobile technology. As far as a researcher or specialist user is concerned, the current approach is very important. Now, let us have a brief description about the importance and challenges of current approach. Importance of current approach. Since the current information is likely to influence the trend and progress of research, it should be made available to the specialist user at right time. The current approach to the information is a browsing approach. The user does not need any specific piece of information, neither he has any specific question to be got the answer, nor he would like to have a comprehensive overview. What he needs is only a brief information about the trend and development of his field of specialization. It is an ongoing approach and it is essential for each and every researcher so as to avoid the duplication and obsolescence of work. As far as a specialist user or a researcher is concerned, current approach is very important. But current approach has some challenges. Because of these challenges, the conventional services of libraries and information centers such as indexing, abstracting, translating, reprographic services are not sufficient to meet the current approach of researchers. So, let us discuss what the challenges of current approach of information are. They are, first one, information explosion and proliferation of information. Second one, interdisciplinary nature of research. Third one, mission oriented nature of research. Fourth one, scattering of information, and fifth one, variety of types of documents. Due to the above mentioned challenges, current awareness service only can serve the researchers and specialist users in disseminating the current information with possible shortest time. Now, let us discuss what current awareness service is. On the basis of the above discussion, we can define current awareness service as the service by which new generated information are brought to the notice of specialist users in the shortest possible time. Current awareness service is a system of service which ensures that all current information likely to influence the progress of a researcher or a research team is made available to them at the right time in a convenient form. It is a device for alerting specialists towards the latest developments and new publication acquired by the library or information center. Current awareness service is that part of documentation service which keeps the seekers of information abreast with the latest developments in their respective fields. It is a general and quick service meant for the community of scientists. Current awareness service is defined as an information system through which the users can be informed promptly as soon as possible after publication but before absorption into the secondary source. Characteristics of current awareness service. 1. Current awareness service is an announcement mechanism usually in documentary form. 2. It is designed to meet the current approach of information. 3. It helps to know the latest developments in specific subject field. Kinds of current awareness service. Current awareness service is of two types. First one, those services which are directed towards individuals or group of individuals directly. Say for example, STI service. Second one, those services which are directed towards all users of services. Say for example, indexing and abstracting service. Steps of current awareness service. Current awareness service has the following 3 steps. First one, review and scan the primary source of information immediately upon the receipt. Second step, select information and record individual document pertinent to the program of individuals of organization being served. Third step, send notification to the users about items or information of their field of specialization. Current awareness service is being disseminated to its users by various methods. These methods are known as forms of current awareness service. Now let us have a brief description of this method. Forms of current awareness service. 1. Journal circulation method. This is the most basic form of dissemination of current information practiced traditionally in a library. The library or documentation center circulates the latest issue of journals among its specialist users. There are 2 main systems of routing the current issues of journals. In the first type of method, the library sends the current issue to the first person on the list and who passes it on to the next user in the list. Ultimately, the last person returns it to the library. The main drawback of this type of journal routing method is the library is unable to know the spot of the issue. In the second method, library sends the issue to the first user in the list who returns the issue to the library, and again library circulates the issue to the second user in the list and continues the method like this. The main drawback of this method is it is more time consuming. 2. Circulation of periodical list. This method is to inform the new arrivals of current periodicals. In this method, a list is compiled in an alphabetical order by the name of the title of periodicals. The bibliographical details such as title of the periodicals, volume number, issue number, date, etc. will also be included. The library circulates this list among the specialist users. The circulation may be daily, weekly, fortnightly or any other convenient intervals. The main drawback of this method is the periodical list will not expose the content of journals. 3. Content by journal service. This service perhaps the cheapest and quickest way of providing a degree of current information. The logic behind this service is that the journals are the predominant medium of communicating nascent current information. If users can be regularly informed of journals articles appearing in the current journals in the broad or narrow areas, they would come to know of recent articles or papers in their area of interest. According to this method, the content pages of journals are duplicated and circulated among users either individually or in a compiled form. 4. Current awareness list or documentation bulletin service. This is the most predominant form of current awareness service. In this method, information professionals scan the primary journals and other sources of current information received in the library or documentation center to identify the potentially useful articles of interest to their users. The articles are collected, classified and grouped into broad or narrow subject headings. Now, the compiled copies are duplicated and circulated among its users. A documentation list includes not only bibliographical details such as author, title, publication details, etc., but also abstract of the article. The documentation bulletins are of two types, that is, local and international. The local list is prepared by the library within the organization, while the international list is prepared by the outside agencies. 5. Research in Progress Bulletin Service. This is an important kind of current awareness service and it alerts the users about new research projects and progress made in ongoing research projects. This type of current awareness service requires the joint effort of more than one organization working in similar or closely related research areas. A parent body which funds or controls a group of research organizations and laboratories could bring out this type of bulletin with the input being provided by the research organizations and laboratories under this body. An example of this type of service is service provided by United States Department of Agriculture. This department provides a research in progress service called Current Research Information System. All the laboratories and research stations under United States Department of Agriculture contribute their input information regarding the ongoing research projects and newly undertaken projects to Current Research Information System. A research in progress bulletin usually contains information about laboratory or research center where the research project is undertaken, name of the principal investigator, associate researchers, funds and funding agency, duration of the project, and special equipments and tools used for the project. In addition to this information, the research in progress bulletin contains a narrative description of the research project and progress achieved till. 6. Newspaper clipping service. Newspapers are treated as very good current awareness media and they publish current awareness news on political, social, economic aspects of a nation or region. Newspapers carry information to everyone in the society from housewives to top management. Newspapers are of different types. Some of them specialize in economic or financial news. So, the newspapers are considered as valuable source of current information and hence libraries and documentation centers provide information service based on newspapers. One such service is newspaper clipping service. This is the service in which the library subscribes one or more daily or weekly newspapers and scan the news items of interesting to the organization and users, and these news items are cut and pasted on a sheet of thick paper or card. This is what is called newspaper clippings. These clippings are classified and arranged according to the subject headings or class numbers. The newspaper clipping service is common in libraries of government departments, financial organizations, banks and industrial development agencies. 7. Selective dissemination of information service. H.P. Loon of IBM developed the SDI service. He defined SDI as it is a service within the organization which concerns itself with the channeling of new items of information from various services to those points with the organization where they usually serve someone's interest. SDI is a person-oriented current awareness service which has the following main components. They are user profile, document profile, matching mechanism, notification and feedback mechanism. Creation of user profile is the first step in this method. An user profile contains the subject interest of user, which is expressed in the form of keywords, subject headings and code numbers. The second step in this method is the creation of document profile. It is a collection of document records, and each record is a collection of essential bibliographic details and subject description of document. The subject content of document is also expressed in the form of keywords, subject headings and code numbers, etc. The next step is matching mechanism. Here user profile and document profiles are matched. 8. Notification of forthcoming meetings. The information about forthcoming meetings, conferences, symposiums, seminars, etc. is quite useful for many people. If a researcher intends to convey anything to the subject specialist, the best way is to present a paper. In order to prepare a research paper, prior information about the event is to be got. Even if a person do not contribute a paper, he can attend the program to actively participate in the discussion and get new knowledge. Because of these reasons, the notification of forthcoming meetings is an important information service. Listlink.com, the exclusive social networking site for LIS professionals, provide an online service of notifying the forthcoming regional, national and international seminars and conferences in LIS fields. Information and Communication Technology and Current Awareness Service. Information and communication technology is widely used not only for housekeeping operations of libraries and information centers, but also for information services such as current awareness service and selective dissemination of service. Email alerts, RSS feeds and social networks are widely used for current awareness services in libraries. Say for example, Cornell University Library. Cornell University, New York is a famous university in America. They have a special current awareness team to provide current awareness service. Let us check the current awareness service of Cornell University. Cornell University Library is providing mainly 8 types of current awareness service. They are 1. New books at Cornell, 2. Table of content alerts, 3. Blogs, 4. RSS feeds, 5. Facebook and Twitter, 6. Social bookmarking, 7. Citation alerts and 8 other alerts. Now, let us have a brief description of this method. 1. New books at Cornell. Users are allowed to browse new library books by month, individual library and language and subject classification. Users can also create a customized RSS feed to get monthly updates. 2. Table of content alerts (TOC). Table of content alerts allow users to be automatically notified when the new issue of a journal is published. Here, TOC alerts are of three types. Journal TOCs. The Journal TOCs table of content service allows users to keep up to date with newly published scholarly materials by enabling users to browse, view, save and search across thousands of journal tables of contents from hundreds of publishers. Email RSS alerts from databases subscribed to by the Cornell University Library. This includes EBSCO databases, ProQuest databases and ISI Web of Knowledge. Publishers provided TOC alerts. In this method, users are sent alerts directly from publishers of journals or articles databases to which Cornell University subscribe. This usually requires creating an individual profile at the publisher's website. 3. Blogs. Cornell Library maintain several blogs for current awareness service. Some of them are Shelf Life, Problem Solve, Ask a Librarian, etc. 4. RSS feed. RSS feed is a format for publishing the web content. It is used to push timely information and updates to people who subscribes RSS feed. Thus, the members of Cornell University will get latest news from library without browsing the library website. 5. Social networks. Social networks such as Facebook and Twitter are used by Cornell University for current awareness service. Some of the Facebook pages of library are Cornell University Library, the Division of Rare and Manuscript Collection, and the Hilltop Collection. Some of the Twitter accounts of the library are Cornell University Library News, Online Library and Nestle Library. 6. Social bookmarking. Social bookmarking allows to have references and bookmark to an online account. 7. Citation alert. Citation alert notifies when new publication cite a particular work. ISI's Web of Knowledge offers this service if users create personal profiles. 8. Other alerts. Apart from the above mentioned alerts, the library offers subject alert and web page alert. The subject alerts allow you to be notified when articles are published that match with your subject interest. For example, after conducting a search in ProQuest database for the term wind power, you can set up an alert to be notified of any new articles that get added to the database with the keyword. Web page alerts allow you to stay up to date with new online content in your subject area. Let us summarize the session. Current awareness service is an anticipatory service which aims to enable a user to keep himself up to date and well informed in his field of specialization, which is the one of the only method to meet current approach of information. Current awareness service can be treated as the best service to bring the resources of library to its right users and to satisfy the right users by providing right information. In this sense, current awareness service is the implication of second and third laws of library science. Now, you can try to answer the questions given here. 1. How the ICT can be applied for the current awareness service. 2. What is the current approach of information? 3. Make a brief note of internet-based current awareness service of any library. 4. Write a brief note on current awareness service. Now, you can go through the reference books for further understanding. 1. Reference service by Krishan Kumar, Vikas Publishing House, New Delhi, 1987. 2. Information and Reference Source and Services by Anil Dhiman, SS Publishers, New Delhi, 2005. 3. Documentation and Information Services and Techniques and Systems, 2nd edition by Guhabi, World Press, Calcutta, 1983. 4. Current Awareness Service by Kemp D.A., Clive Bingley, 1979. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic. Till then, take care.
Welcome to Interface. Today we have Professor Rudrajyoti Pallit from Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Mumbai with us. Welcome to this program.
Thank you, Vinod.
Pallit is one of the active collaborators of the FAIR project in India, and can you tell us briefly about the FAIR project to us?
Yeah. So, FAIR stands for Facility for Antiproton and Ion Research. It's one of the mega science projects in Europe, and it will come online in 2020, and it's a international collaboration between different research institutes and universities across the world. It has one very powerful accelerator which will provide exotic isotopes and antiprotons for basic research. It has 4 science pillars. One is nuclear structure and reactions for astrophysics experiments. This is called New Star experiment. The other one is compressed baryonic matter research. The third one is PANDA experiments, which is for proton and antiproton research. The fourth one is APPA experiment. It is an experiment to study atomic physics of relativistic atoms and applied physics. And many countries are involved in this mega project.
Okay.
In brief, the project aims to study the nuclear matter and the evolution of the universe.
Okay. What type of exotic nuclei? Can you elaborate on that thing? What type of exotic nuclei you will study with this project?
So, you know, isotopes, there are different type of isotopes can be possible, and one of the a given chemical element can have different type of isotopes depending upon its mass number. Suppose you look for the carbon, which has a major part in a human body, can come in the form of 12 carbon or 14 carbon. 12 carbon has 6 protons and 6 neutrons, while 14 carbon has 6 protons and 8 neutrons. The chemical properties of 12 carbon and 14 carbon are similar, however, their physical properties of 14 are different. Namely, 14 carbon is radioactive and 12 carbon is stable. You know, the 14 carbon is used for dating purposes, and which is used to find out the lifetime of organic material, and 12 carbon is stable. Interestingly, the facility like FAIR can produce like heavier carbon isotopes, say 22 carbon or so, where you have 6 protons and you have 16 neutrons. So, it has 10 additional neutrons than the stable isotope, which is 12 carbon. And study of these isotopes are interesting from basic science point of view.
Why these isotopes are interesting for the mankind? What you produce in this pair, these isotopes you talked about, how they are important for the mankind.
So, the FAIR facility is a very ambitious project to produce wide variety of isotopes from lighter to heavier elements. Understanding these isotopes is an intellectual challenge, and measurement of the different properties of these exotic isotopes will provide us new insight about the nuclear forces. Some of the isotopes they will play a crucial role in understanding the puzzle of production of elements, chemical elements in the universe. Because these isotopes are expected are believed to be produced in stars during certain astrophysical processes, and their decay properties are essential to know about the elemental abundances. Like in our solar system, we have now hydrogens are getting fused to produce heliums, and as time will pass, the heavier elements up to iron will be produced by fusion reaction. But what happens, or how do you produce heavier elements which are heavier than iron, remains a puzzle, and it is believed that the heavier elements are produced during supernova explosion, which is followed by death of massive stars. So, therefore, the interest in studying this isotope is of is interesting from basic research to understand the elemental abundances.
Okay. So, to solve this puzzle, what type of experiments are planned or you propose to study or to solve the puzzle?
See, the experiments, as I told you, that elements heavier than irons, neutron-rich isotopes of these elements, they play a role in understanding the abundance of the element in the solar system. Now, you have to measure their decay properties, as well as you have to measure their cross sections, capture cross sections with neutrons, and experimentally you need to produce these isotopes which are short lived and measure their different properties using collision experiments, and then try to understand how these properties they change when you go to more and more heavier neutron rich isotopes.
How do you get to measure these properties?
So, first of all, we need to produce these isotopes in experiment using nuclear reactions involving stable isotopes from the accelerator. Then we need to identify these isotopes. The challenge is that these isotopes, most of the isotopes are very short lived, and during that small time span you need to identify these isotopes. Then we need to do collision experiments or study their decay properties, and in that process we have to measure the light. In case of nucleus, it is the gamma radiations coming from the nucleus, or the other type of radiations like proton or alpha and neutrons. From there we will be able to study the various properties of these isotopes, and you need sophisticated detection systems and instrumentation to measure the different properties of these isotopes.
Do you expect some surprises?
Yeah, as like any other basic research project, this project is extremely ambitious and has a lot of potential for new discoveries. One of the aspect of the nuclear system is that it is a very complex quantum system, and understanding in detail its structure and the dynamics, what happens inside the nucleus, remains a challenge. The existing effective nuclear forces are not understood completely, and therefore the state of the art nuclear models have difficulties in explaining very neutron rich or neutron deficient isotopes properties. So nuclear science is mostly a experimental science, where the experimental measurements, they guide the theory, and it improves the predictive power of the nuclear theory. So one of the aspects of exotic isotopes is that the nucleon force, the effective force, can become simplified when you go to certain very exotic isotopes, and measuring their properties can help in improving certain aspect of the nuclear force. One of the aspect of the surprising research potential of the field is that you can have very different properties, exotic modes of nuclei compared to what you see in case of stable nuclei. One of the example is if you look for an isotope which is stable, say lithium, which is 6 and 7, and then if you keep on adding neutrons to 7 lithium, then you can produce 8 lithium and the heavier lithiums isotopes. And what has been observed, that in case of 11 lithium, which is 4 neutrons more than the stable isotope of 7 lithium, has a size which is that of 208 lead. So this type of interesting aspect, that suddenly the nucleus can have a very diffuse matter distribution, can give rise to new type of interactions, and you can study the nuclear forces in a medium where the density is much smaller, and that can give rise to sometimes a clustering of nuclei, clustering of nucleons, and it can also give rise to a new form of residual interactions, and that can have a different impact on the other properties of nucleus. We can also study the properties of equation of state of nuclear matter at low density. Then another aspect of low energy nuclear physics with the type of facilities like FAIR will be the study of the magic numbers. We know that nuclei with certain number of neutrons and protons are more bound because of the magic numbers, which is predicted by the cell model. And now what has been observed, that if you see do the measurements for neutron rich isotopes, you find out that these magic numbers change, and though the cell model has been used to explain the properties of nuclei, and it has lot of success stories. Now we are seeing that this aspect, the major aspect of the cell model, which is the magic number, that is also changing when you go for neutron rich nuclei or nuclei away from line of stability. And this type of things will change our basic understanding of nuclear physics. The another aspect which is of interest is to find out the limits of stability of nuclei. Right now we know the limits for isotopes up to oxygen, mainly the neutron drip line and the proton drip line. However, the heavier isotopes, the drip lines are not understood and we don't know, and facilities like FAIR can give us idea about the drip lines, neutron drip line and proton drip line up to Z equal to 25. So first I should also explain that what is drip line. For neutron drip line is for a given isotope is a limit at which the neutron separation energy becomes 0, and you can have for a given number of proton, you cannot keep on adding the number of neutrons. As you keep on adding the number of neutrons, the binding energy will reduce, and beyond a point the binding energy will become 0, and that defines the limit of stability for the neutron rich isotope. And the FAIR will be able to produce or will be able to help us identifying this drip line for isotopes up to Z equal to 25. Another aspect which is useful for the basic nuclear physics is the super heavy elements. We know that heavier elements beyond mass Z equal to 110 people have produced, but their lifetimes are much smaller, and theoretical models predicts that at a heavier Z around 126 you can have elements which have more stability compared to the intermediate isotopes. So that is this type of isotopes, if one can produce, will help us understanding the stability of heavy nuclei, and all this type of research will be possible with FAIR.
Yeah, can I ask about Indian contribution to this project?
Yeah, so India is one of the major partner in the development of this FAIR facility. and India groups have contributed in development of crucial components of the accelerators, and the research groups are involved in performing experiments, designing of detectors and testing of these detectors for this facility. There are mainly in two experiments where India is heavily involved. One is New Star experiment, the other one is CBM experiment. There are also interest in APPA and PANDA experiments from different groups. Within India, more than 20 institutes and universities are involved in the New Star experiment in studying the properties of exotic isotopes, and the compressed baryonic experiment where people will like to measure the properties at high density, and there around again 20 universities and institutes are involved, and they are developing certain detector systems for the CBM experiment.
What about the research group involved, and how many students are involved in India? Or can you tell me more about?
So, as I told you that for New Star experiments, around 15 universities are involved, and from 15 universities around 25 faculty members and around 25 PhD students are involved in the R&D required for development of the detectors for the New Star experiments, and planning and simulation of these experiments. To train the students, we recently have organized a school in Calicut University, where we are giving training to the PhD students on the different type of physics which can be performed at fair, as well as the experimental challenges which we need to tackle while doing this experiment, and different type of detectors which will be used or which we are planning to build. We are discussing all these issues in this school, and in this school there are faculties from Indian universities and institutes, and many students are also involved in the R&D projects which is going on in the Indian institutes related with the FAIR project, and some of them also visit FAIR labs to participate in the R&D aspect of the experiment. They also attend the international FAIR schools and also participate in experiments where the testing of the equipment for the New Star is going on.
So, what are the impacts of this study for the society?
Yeah, actually it's the different type of experimental techniques and the detectors which are used in New Star experiments, they can be like fine-tuned for different applications. One of the applications where the detectors can be used readily is for nuclear imaging. As you know, that the detectors which are planned at New Star experiment, they can find out the position of radioactive sources within half a millimeter resolution. Okay. So, we can use this type of high resolution, high sensitive detectors for finding out the radioactive traces which is injected in the nuclear medicine, and one can do a highly improved imaging capability so that the diagnostic tools sensitivity can be improved. The other application of nuclear techniques is the production of different type of isotopes which are used in nuclear medicine. One can try to see for new variety of isotopes, and then the other techniques of accelerator which is used for in medical science is the heavy ion based therapy for cancer treatment. Also, the type of detectors which are used, they can be modified for homeland security purposes.
Thank you very much for to be in this interface. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, welcome to this session on formalism. We will begin our discourse by referring a 19th century painter, Maurice Denis. His manifesto titled Definition of Neo-Traditionalism starts with this sentence: remember that a picture, before it is a picture of a battle horse, a nude woman, or some story, is essentially a flat surface covered in colors arranged in a certain order. If you understand the above quoted statement in its essence, you will find it easy to grasp the concept of formalism. Formalism can be stated to be the concept that a work's artistic value is entirely determined by its form. Philosophically, this theory can be traced back to Plato. Plato proposed the theory of eidos. Plato even proposed that pure forms exist only in the form of idea. According to Plato, the natural representations we see around us are mere imitations. Aristotle also used eidos to mean form. To put it emphatically, it was Aristotle who used the term eidos in a better formalist sense. According to him, the properties attributed to a particular object is its eidos or morphe, usually translated as form. It is this which creates a particular object out of primal matter. Eidos is the Greek term for idea. In Latin, it became forma, from which evolved the English term form. Aristotle theorized about the question of pure form, that is, form which has not yet been combined with matter. Aristotle defined matter as that which can be moved. To quote Aristotle, pure form is unmoved mover, something which turns formless matter into actual objects but never moves or changes itself. Kant defined transcendental structures of our minds which he termed as schemata. A schema is the totality of representation of form which we hold inside us. To put it technically, it is the procedural rule by which a category or pure non-empirical concept is associated with a mental image of an object. It is created by the imagination in relation to time. Let us see how this Kantian concept appears in art practice. We will start from the great post-impressionist painter Paul Cézanne. His analytical method tried to decode the essential nature of primary form in its empirical essence. To put it in a more simple way, Cézanne tried to deduce all objects, both man-made and natural, to their basic fundamental forms. He reduced the object's appearance by dividing its form, revealing an object to have an internal structure of formal relations. The essential primary forms, according to him, are cylinder, sphere, and cone. His still life and landscapes are statements in the philosophy of art. Cézanne was aware of the significance of what he was doing. That is why he stated that he can shock the entire Paris with the painting of an apple. Cézanne used the method of fragmentation of both forms and perspective in his works. He has used multiple perspective in a single work. That is, he observed and studied an object from various angles, created sketches of them. Then he deduced the object to its basic form. These fragments of images of the object, observed from various viewpoints, are then assembled into a single image. This same idea can be seen to have used in murals in Egyptian pyramids. Look at an example image. The image of the human figure shown here has face and legs shown in profile view and chest shown in front view. Cézanne was not imitating from Egyptian painting or Japanese painting. Of course, he must have studied and assimilated them. He was creating a breakthrough in the formal representation of an object. His discovery was phenomenal and very significant in the history of Western artistic thought. His ideas and methods have influenced many of 20th century art movements. Most important among them was Cubism. This art style was developed by Georges Braque and Pablo Picasso in the early 20th century. Cubism has evolved through three stages: the primitive phase, analytic phase, and synthetic phase. It is in the middle analytical cubist phase that we find a clear manifestation of formal division taken to its extreme. In this phase, the cubists were so concerned with the division and reassemblage of form that they were unconcerned about the aspect of color. That is why the paintings from analytic cubist period mostly use a neutral brown palette. It is also to be noted that the cubists studied various cultural traditions of the so-called primitive cultures of Africa and adapted freely from them. African masks are masterly examples of analytical division of form. We have seen how fragmentation of forms was taken to its extreme limit in analytical cubist phase. Now let us remember what we have learned from Kant. He says that a schema is the totality of representation of form which we hold inside us. It is an association of pure concept with the mental image of an object. It is created by the imagination in relation to time. An analytical cubist painter analyzes an object by fragmenting multiple images of an object observed from different viewpoints at different time. They are then amalgamated into a unified whole as an image. Analytical cubism conforms to the definition of formalism as the concept that a work's artistic value is entirely determined by its form. Cubism paved the way for later avant-garde formalists who totally eliminated representative subject matter by concentrating only on formal elements in non-objective compositions. Neoplasticism is an example of such a complete reduction of representative form. In analytical cubism, an observer can find an object in a fragmented, reassembled manner. With a little contemplation, it may be possible to recognize certain objects in them, seen from multiple angles. In neoplasticism, this process becomes impossible. The form is reduced to total abstraction that representation or mimesis is not aimed at all. A painting here is reduced to its basic formal reality, the color, line and composition. The formalist method of art criticism, where fundamental formal elements are examined to judge the value of a work of art, also made its appearance around this time. It was not only artists like Braque and Picasso, but also theoreticians like Roger Fry were influenced by the ideas of Paul Cézanne. Roger Fry was an important art critic who was significant in the development of formalist aesthetics. He was an English art critic who was associated with a formalist aesthetic movement called the Bloomsbury Group. Roger Fry came into contact with the ideas and works of Paul Cézanne in 1906. He then wrote essays analyzing the art theory of French modernists and organized their shows in England. It was Roger Fry who coined the term post-impressionist to designate the French modernist painters who were active during 1880s. Some other significant members of Bloomsbury Group were the art critic Clive Bell, the painters Vanessa Bell and Duncan Grant, novelist and critic Virginia Woolf, and the novelist E. M. Forster. Roger Fry and Clive Bell worked together to formulate a theoretical basis for post-impressionist art. Clive Bell is known as one of the most prominent proponents of formalism in aesthetics. Bell thought that an artwork can produce a distinct aesthetic experience in the viewer, and it is this experience which gives value to a work of art. Bell termed this experience aesthetic emotion. Aesthetic emotion can be created only by a real artwork. This is what differentiates a real artwork from a fake artwork. According to Bell, all works of visual art which are capable of arousing aesthetic emotion have some common quality. This quality can be found in works ranging from Chinese carpets, Giotto's frescoes at Padua, the masterpieces of Poussin, Piero della Francesca to Cézanne's works. Bell terms this quality as the presence of significant form. When lines and colors are combined in a particular way, certain forms and relations of forms stir our aesthetic emotions. These relations and combinations of lines and colors, the aesthetically moving forms, are called by Clive Bell as significant form. Aesthetic emotion is that experience which is aroused by what Bell terms as significant form. In his book Art, published in 1913, Bell elaborates on the idea of significant form. In it, he states that we experience aesthetic emotion in response to the significant form of a work of art. It's because we perceive that form as an expression of an experience the artist has undergone. The artist's experience in turn, according to Bell, is the experience of seeing ordinary objects in the world as pure form. A real artist sees a thing not as a means for something else, but as an end in itself. An art object, according to formalist theory, need not be a vehicle of expression or representation. It can be an end in itself. It can stay autonomous in its significant form. Though experience of the artist was given importance by Clive Bell, even this experience was formal according to him. This kind of extreme formalist position is popularly known under the label art for art's sake. Theorists of formalism and expressionism fought ideological battles over the function and value of art. For formalists like Roger Fry and Bell, art's value is embedded in its form. During the period the Bloomsbury Group was active in England, other groups were actively developing their aesthetic theory and practice in other parts of the world. Russian constructivism was such a significant art movement which had wide-reaching influence. Constructivism had a strong theoretical background. It tried to liberate art from its romantic function. Constructivism was concerned about the questions of artwork itself. The material with which an artwork is made was significant to a constructivist artist because the possibility and limitation of the material by themselves decide the final form of the artwork. The form of an object is conceived not only by its creator but also by the very material with which it is made. So an artistic process starts from the very moment an artist chooses a particular medium to work with. He then makes conscious decisions to limit the form within the physical limitations of the material. This thought process has allegiance to structuralist mode of thought, in which meaning is dependent on the structure within which an artwork is placed. Constructivism can be seen as an attempt to put formalist values in the context of historical progression. Constructivist aesthetic approach can actually be seen as developing through the leftist attitude of dialectical materialism. It can be thought of as a synthesis of Kantian formalism and Hegelian dialectical dynamism. The first works of constructivism appeared around 1913 in Russia. A leading artist of the movement was Vladimir Tatlin. The movement tried to disassociate metaphysical ideas of form from matter and link it to pure practical and functional properties of matter and form. Constructivist ideas appear in a modified aesthetic attitude in another art movement named Suprematism. Suprematism was also a Russian movement, and it also appears around 1913 with Kazimir Malevich as the founder. Suprematism proposed a new kind of expression of feeling. In suprematist art, the feeling is supposed to be so pure that it is devoid of emotion. The formal expression of pure feeling requires pure form. It is this aesthetics which is reflected in works of Malevich like the Black Square, White on White, so on. Constructivism and suprematism differed in their approach to the function of form. Suprematism proposed pure formalism devoid of any social function and thus may be treated as belonging to the art for art's sake group. Malevich stated that by creating the form of a square, man has placed himself as a creator, because a pure square form cannot be found anywhere among natural objects. Malevich's version of formalism was vehemently opposed by critics, more because of its political implication. Italian Futurism was also a significant theoretical step towards the liberation of form from its traditional classical barriers imposed by naturalists. Futurists were also concerned with the qualities of modern structural materials and wanted to liberate themselves from the disciplines of historical styles. The artists of the movement added the element of dynamic motion, precipitated and condensed to physical shape and form. This was something very new to the formalist tradition of art. The perceptive experience of form by a man from classical antiquity cannot be compared to the perceptive experience of a modern man. Modern man has acquired new experiences of space and form. This statement may appear confusing to you, but think of a man sitting by a window of an ultra-fast vehicle. The person may feel sitting without motion, while the outer forms move backwards, dissolving their forms into something else. This experience was not available to an ancient human being. Futurists believed that it is this type of new experiences which have to be realized in physical form, thus creating a new modern form. Art movements like the Stigl and Bauhaus also proved to be important to the development of a formalist aesthetics. As we have stated earlier, the artworks of Mondrian and other painters of the Stigl reduced the object to its essential form, thus creating an idea of the object in its pure abstraction. In 1940s, American art critic Clement Greenberg argued that form and content are inseparable in an artwork. The value of art is located in its form. It was he who coined the term post-painterly abstraction to define a group of American painters of the 1960s who used areas of color without any visible gestural strokes. Most of the painters used hardets to define their form. Minimalism is another formalist movement of importance to our current context. It appeared in 1960s. Minimalist works attempt to expose the essence of a subject through eliminating all non-essential features or concepts. Prominent artists associated with this movement include Donald Judd, Dan Flavin, Cole Amthray, so on. Minimalists also tried to disassociate form from the metaphorical association, symbolism, and metaphysical suggestions. Minimalist aesthetics tried to derive pure form through proposing to avoid composition altogether. How successful they were at this process is a debated topic. In a traditional artwork, the parts are carefully arranged to give the feeling of visual unity in composition. Minimalists suggested the use of singular form and thus avoid arrangement of form in space. To arrive at pure form, minimalists tried to eradicate all signs of authorship from the artwork. Donald Judd states, "A shape, a volume, a color, a surface is something in itself. It shouldn't be concealed as part of a fairly different whole." Minimalist aesthetics was also severely criticized by many thinkers. Michael Fried's essay Art and Objecthood, published in 1967, points out that minimalism failed to differentiate between an object and an object in art. Now it is time we conclude this session on formalism. As you are aware, form is of utmost importance to an artist, so one cannot disregard the ideological discourse happening around it. Masters of art have successfully translated their thoughts to visual form and writers to written form. Aesthetics tries to abstract these streams of thought into a coherent philosophical system. Till our next session, bye.
Hello and welcome to the session on characteristics of integrated personality. The term personality is one of the most ambiguous terms in modern psychology. Every human being is born as a person. Personality is that which is acquired purposefully in the entire network of person's habits, emotions, activities, etc. Personality is an aggregate of all the abilities, aptitudes
and capabilities of an individual. It is the sum total of all the individual traits of a person. The word personality comes from the Latin word persona, which means mask. From this, it is clear that important aspects of people remain concealed and does not come to light often. Personality consists of all that a person is, included much of what he has been. It forms the foundation upon which the person builds whatever he is going to be in the future. A person's heritage from his parents and grandparents play a large part in the development of personality. The environment and surroundings in which he has grown up are also important. The relationships between oneself and others continuously influence and change one's personality. It is also determined by heredity through genes, by endocrine glands, through hormones, by one's culture group, by childhood experiences, especially parent-child relations and early training. Personality is the dynamic organization of the psychophysical traits exhibited in the adjustment with the environment. If the organization of psychophysical qualities in personality is not orderly or strong, difficulties may arise in the adjustment to the environment. Such a personality will be called a disintegrated personality. By understanding the meaning of personality and nature of personality, it is known that personality of an individual is a unique organization of so many things that belong to that particular person. How all these that the individual possesses are integrated for shaping one's personality needs to be investigated. For this, the structure and composition of personality should be understood. The idea of integrating elements of our personality or of delving deeply into our subconscious is not new. Psychologists have also tried to think over this issue and have propounded a number of theories explaining the structure and integration of personality. Personality integration, recognized by eminent psychologists as a criterion of mental health, was defined as the organization and unification of many diverse elements of personality into a well-knit, efficiently functioning whole. Integrated personality is one in whom various aspects of personality are working in a harmonious and effective manner. It is the integration of all psychophysical traits of personality. The definition of integration of personality must have a lesser or greater degree. If the integration is less than essential, then problems of adjusting to the environment arise. Freud believed in three elements of personality. They are id, ego and superego. Id is the person's desires, instincts, suppressed desires, etc. Superego is the representative embracing the things that are hidden or blocking our growth and turning those weaknesses into strength and healing ourselves psychologically. A well-integrated personality is such that all of its possesses, characteristics and habitual adjustments to life definitely satisfy both the individual as well as the society at large. Integrated personality is one in which the several traits, interests and desires are combined in an effective, harmonious unity. How can we identify an integrated personality? Here are certain characteristics of an integrated personality which will help us to identify an integrated personality. Since the personality integration of a particular person is a complex pattern of response tendencies, a detailed analysis of the component functions is difficult, if not impossible to make. Each people strives to strike a balance between inner needs and perceived opportunities for need satisfaction. Some people are obviously more successful in maintaining a stable balance than are others. The subtle intricacies of a given people's pattern of personality integration can be evaluated only through an intensive study by an experienced and insightful psychologist or psychiatrist. Some of the dimensions of personality integration are frequently overlooked or underestimated by an inexperienced observer. But an experienced and conscientious teacher can approximate an understanding by making intelligent observation guided by the formal constructs of personality theory. Some of the most common characteristics of an integrated personality are as follows. In an integrated personality, the mind, emotions and desires and all other mental activities in no way disorganized, but all working in an organized way without conflict. Thus, there are no conflicts in an integrated personality. The weakness of ego is the fundamental in personality problems in the person. Either the person's ego cannot control his desires and instincts, or it cannot adjust with the superego. For the integration of personality, it is necessary that the person maintains a realistic outlook. In such a person, his ambitions and aspirations are in accordance with his mental capacities, and his objectives are realistically attuned to the required physical energy. An integrated personality is flexible, strong and organized as well as balanced. For the integration of personality, it is necessary that the person maintains a balanced outlook. Such a person has realistic assessment of himself, his strength and weakness. He has stable concept involving higher level of self-esteem and fewer feelings of inadequacy and fewer evidence of compensatory behavior, and accept himself, leading to himself being accepted by others. A well-integrated personality is the sum total of harmonious expression of physical self, energy self, intellectual self, mental self and blissful self. Physical self relates to our senses. Proper nourishment and growth of physical faculties is an essential criterion. Energy self is subtler than the first. It relates to metabolism and gross manifestation of energy. This is achieved by control of anger, anxiety and restlessness. The intellectual self is concerned with discriminative power and knowledge. Mental self is related to stress and psychology. Here, selflessness, control, concentration and calmness play an essential role. Integrated personality implies harmony between 5 important aspects of personality. They are harmony between one's abilities and capacities, harmony among one's interests, harmony between one's abilities and interests, harmony between one's self-concept and social constraints, and harmony between one's life goal and social codes of conduct. Integrated personality should give importance to emotionality and sociability. Social environment is not the total environment of a person. Neither is socialization an adequate trait for adaptation to society. But without socialization, a person would find it difficult to adjust to the environment in which he is living. Sociability is a tendency by which a person mixes with other people of the society and lives with them. An integrated person has to socialize in order to occupy his correct position. Experimental studies conducted by Seaman in 1959 and Duncan in 1966 on male and female populations produced significant characteristics of integrated personality. 2 interesting observations were made as a result of the study. The first was that personality integration was a highly visible phenomenon. The second observation was that the individual differs in measurable ways from his normal or average peers. The studies showed that the psychologically integrated individual exhibited the following characteristics: a more positive self-concept, a greater degree of environmental contact, an internalized locus of control, an internalized locus of evaluation, and more intellectual efficiency. Using these significant characteristics as a basis, an attempt was made to show that the highly creative individual was the highly integrated personality. How the development of integrated personality happens? Let us go through the process. several theories of personality state that the psychologically healthy person is integrated, including theories by Carl Jung and Fritz Perls. What does the term integration mean? Integration is the harmony between the various subsystems, much like a smoothly functioning group of people and family. The first step of integration is individuation of all aspects of the personality, which is called the individuation process. The individuation process is a term created by the famous psychologist Carl Jung. He used the word to describe the process of becoming aware of oneself, of one's makeup, and the way to discover one's true inner self. Individuation means that one becomes a person, an individual, a totally integrated personality. It is a process of self-realization during which one integrates those contents of the psyche that have the ability to become conscious. It is a search for totality. According to Jung, individuation is a natural, inherent process in men. It cannot be stimulated by something external, but it grows from the inside. Just as the body can become deformed or sick by lack of nutrition or movement, the personality can be deformed by lack of experience or education. According to Guilford, integrated personality emerges from the synthesis of 7 traits: psychology, needs, interest, attitude, temperament, aptitude, and morphology. Personality integration is an ideal state which may be approached ever so closely but never consistently reached. A near approximation of ideal would be represented by an individual whose needs, satisfactions, and achievements would be always harmonized and never in a state of internal conflict. An integrated person would be completely happy and productive. He would have merely a complete knowledge of things and use his abilities to the maximum. He would be ready to accept his limitations. His anxieties would be relieved through productive channels of recreation and work. An individual who is ideally integrated will have to be a person with any level of intelligence and of other psychological assets, because the criteria for personality integration pertain to internal balance and harmony. An integrated person will be at peace with himself and thereby optimally effective in relating himself satisfactorily to the external environment. What are the factors influencing the development of an integrated personality? Personality development continues from infancy to adulthood. Personality is revealed in the proceedings or concrete activities of the individual over a period of time. This might be internal or external. In the development of integrated personality, a person is influenced by the following: influence of parents, influence of teachers, and influence of the immediate environment. Influence of parents is an important factor. The personality of a person gets formed in the prenatal stage itself. Knowingly or unknowingly, parents play an important role in molding the personality of the child through their thoughts and actions. The child at every stage starts imitating his or her parents. Thus, the character of a child greatly depends on the influence that his parents make in him. Secondly, influence of teachers also play an important role in molding the integrated personality of a child. The way a teacher teaches in the class influences a child in his later days. That is why education in olden days was in the hand of ideal men and sages. Besides parents and teachers, there is a powerful influence of social environment in personality of an individual. This can be creatively handled for building character only through homes. In many cases, an individual feels more frustrated, discontent, anxious, and apprehensive. Hence, the individual is more or less in a continuous state of anxiety about his adequacy to maintain the ongoing process of personality integration. Confronted with his difficulty, the individual adopts a series of self-defenses or self-deceptions that help to maintain a semblance of self-consistency and logical order even when the adjustment conditions are actually chaotic. Otherwise, he would fail to develop the necessary skills for a happy and productive life. Rationalization is the most commonly recognized mechanism of self-defense by such people to make his behavior appear adequate and consistent at all times. Another method is the method of displacement. Here the individual unconsciously displaces an idea or action that he cannot easily face by one that is more acceptable. Still, another method is the isolation mechanism. This permits the individual to deprive an unpleasant experience of its distasteful emotional content. It produces a stoic attitude. Through such methods, the individual defends himself and attempts to maintain an integrated and self-consistent personality. These self-defenses are symptoms of psychological distress, just like an abnormally high body temperature is a symptom of physical illness. Who is a non-integrate person? Now let us see how the deficiency of integration make problems in person's life. The word personality is used not only in the field of psychology but can be applied in most of the other fields of one's day-to-day life. Personality is a term that has many general meanings. Sometimes the word refers to the ability to get along well socially. To a psychologist, personality is an area of study that deals with complex human behavior, including emotions, actions, and cognitive processes. All the elements which are ultimately identified as parts of personality structure get integrated rather than assembled together. Thus, the integration of various traits results into a distinct whole, which is known as personality of an individual. Personality represents a unique integration of traits so as to differentiate one person from another on the basis of this very quality. In contrast to integrated personalities, there are non-integrated personalities of every degree. The deficiency of integration is seen in the absence of adjustment with the environment, which also exhibits the effects of deficiency. The reason is that in the absence of integration, the personality is unbalanced. There is no proper blending of psychophysical qualities. It is not essential that the deficiency of integration will render him incapable of work. An imbalance of needs, self-deception, unrealistic goals, and crippling anxieties may combine in many patterns to produce various degrees of personality disharmony. With people of average capabilities, the deficiency in integration will affect even their skill behavior. So, it can be said that in the case of deficiency in integration of personality, the person can neither be skilled in his behavior nor get success in life. In certain cases, a non-integrated personality may be unusually successful by external social standards and still be miserably unhappy and poorly integrated person. Many of the greatest personalities suffered from grave deficiencies in the integration of their personalities. Though this did not hinder or restrict their greatness, their personalities were incomplete or one-sided. Although it is easy to cite cases of poorly integrated persons who have accomplished great things because of unhealthy compulsive drives and compelling anxiety states, they are the infrequent exceptions rather than the rule. Non-integrated persons spend their lives in chronic frustration. They are usually unhappy, maladjusted, and typically rejected by others because of their peculiarities. Personality integration is a relative condition for the majority of individuals. Each person has his own peculiar problems. Self-consistency is not always possible. Moreover, successful coping procedures are not always available. Let us summarize what we have discussed so far. The term personality is one of the most ambiguous terms in modern psychology. Every human being is born as a person. Personality is that which is acquired purposefully in the entire network of persons' habits, emotions, activities, etc. Personality is an aggregate of all the abilities, aptitudes and capabilities of an individual. It is the sum total of all the individual traits of a person. Personality is the dynamic organization of the psychophysical traits exhibited in the adjustment with the environment. If the organization of psychophysical qualities in personality is not orderly or strong, difficulties may arise in the adjustment to the environment. Such a personality will be called a disintegrated personality. Integrated personality is one in whom various aspects of personality are working in a harmonious and effective manner. It is the integration of all psychophysical traits of personality. Integration is found in everyone in a lesser or greater degree. If the integration is less than is essential, then problems of adjusting to the environment arise. A well integrated personality is such that all of its possessors, characteristics and habitual adjustments to life definitely satisfy both the individual as well as the society at large. Integrated personality is one in which the several traits, interests and desires are combined in an effective harmonious unity. The chapter discusses the characteristics of integrated personality. The various factors which influence personality development are also mentioned in the chapter. In contrast to integrated personalities, there are non-integrated personalities of every degree. The deficiency of integration is seen in the absence of adjustment with the environment, which also exhibits the effects of deficiency. Now, you can try to answer the questions given here. What is integration of personality? Explain. What are the main characteristics of an integrated personality? What factors influence the development of integrated personality? What happens in the absence of integration of personality? Now, you may go through the reference books listed here for further reading. Abnormal Psychology, written by Sharma N. and published by Atlantic Publishers and Distributors, New Delhi in the year 2004. Advanced Educational Psychology, written by Ram N.S. and Rajendra K.S. and published by Atlantic Publishers and Distributors, New Delhi in 2006. Educational Psychology, Instruction and Behavioral Change, written by Francis T. and George G. T. and published by Meredith Corporation, United States of America in the year 1970. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic. Have a nice day.